Welcome to my channel. Here, I don't just speak, but I invite you to think. Throughout my videos, I've questioned the deepest held beliefs, from philosophy, the dynamics of religion and faith, to personal identity. I ventured into the controversial because I know that only in honest, critical confrontation do we grow. My voice is a search for truth, unafraid of what is difficult. If you join this community today, you don't just watch, but you engage. Together, we open the door to a courageous dialogue, one that transforms us. Subscribe, share, and let's keep questioning, growing, and seeking truth together. Well, hello everybody. I'm really excited to be bringing today's guest to you. One of my favorite people that I've had a chance to speak to since I started doing this YouTube thing. And this is actually going to be this brother's second appearance on this channel. We had a great conversation last time. That was several months ago, right when I was getting started, actually. And I know that a lot of you people who watch my channel are already going to know Tavo, and because he gets around quite a bit. And the reason he does is because he's such a great person to talk to. He's intellectually honest. He's very intelligent and well-spoken, but he's also very sincere. And we don't get enough of that. Excuse me. Oh, by the way, I should probably tell everybody, I'm just getting over a really bad cold. So my voice is going to be coming and going. Hopefully it holds out for the whole conversation. But at any rate, so yeah, Tavo's a great guy. I'm sure a lot of you people already know who he is. We're going to be discussing morality and some different perspectives, objective, subjective, non-cognitivism and things of that nature, and see how it maps onto his worldview and my worldview. And then depending on if time allows, we might even be able to get at least a taste of something that he's been working really hard on. I'm so sorry, you guys. I'm going to have to be clearing my throat a bit here, but I do have some hot tea I'm working with, so at least that's good. But anyway, he's been working really hard on a project. I believe it's called CTF, if I got that right. We'll let Tavo clarify that. And it's really one of the only attempts that I've seen at empirical evidence for looking for the case for Christianity. And I think that despite the fact that Tavo's gotten a lot of pushback from the skeptic community, he's also gotten a lot of praise from the skeptic community for putting in this much work, because we're not getting a lot of, in my opinion, really good arguments, at least not contemporary arguments. Most of the arguments in favor of a particular theistic belief are actually just rehashing arguments that really smart philosophers came up with 1,000 years or more ago, right? And they're just rehashing these. The argument, they call it the watchmaker argument. That's really just the intelligent design. You get the unmoved mover, goes all the way back to Aristotle. You've got some morality arguments coming from like Aquinas. And so a lot of the stuff that people are talking about really just goes back to arguments that have already been put out a long time ago. They're just getting rehashed and rehashed. But Tavo came up with something that's actually unique, and it's really refreshing because it gives us something new to work with, right? So really excited to bringing Tavo to you. Before we get into the conversation, just some quick housekeeping stuff. I've got a few shows upcoming I'm really excited about. I will be doing a formal debate on Sarah's channel. That's the Raging Tomato. It's supposed to be, the prompt was supposed to be morality without God, based on just natural law, reason, or empathy. She sent me a thing on Discord last night saying that that's the topic of the debate, but for some reason she said the prompt is going to be, is abortion immoral? And I was a little disappointed because I'm not really interested in doing a whole debate on abortion personally. I think it's a topic that gets a little bit muddied up, to be honest with you. And I think it's based on a lot of emotional attacks that people make, as opposed to just really looking at the argument from a logical position. But I am willing to get into it because in a discussion about morality, oftentimes abortion and it comes up just like slavery and some other issues, right? So I'm still going to do the debate. I hope my debate partner, Nobody on Fire, is still willing to engage, because it's supposed to be a 2v2. But if he drops out, I'm willing to do the debate by myself against both the apologists. And if it has to be about abortion the whole time, I'm willing to defend my position on that as well. So keep an eye out for that. That's happening on the 8th. And then I will be also doing a debate on veganism for the first time, right? And how does veganism fit into the moral question? So that'll be a really fun debate. That'll be coming up. I'll give you the date for that when it gets posted. There's normally on the first Sunday of every month, Johnny B, co-host of the channel and friend of the channel, he and I usually do failed prophecy series. We go through some of the supposed prophecies that Jesus, the messianic prophecies that Jesus supposedly fulfilled from the Old Testament, and we debunk those claims, showing why that these are not messianic prophecies, or these are prophecies that did not get fulfilled by Jesus. But we started mixing it up. This Sunday coming up, instead of doing failed prophecy, we're actually going to go through contradictions in the Bible. I'll be going through the Old Testament contradictions, and Johnny will be covering New Testament contradictions. So that should be a really fun show. So stay tuned for that if you're into biblical inerrancy. And then I have a few guests coming up. I've got a Muslim, a brother and friend who is a Muslim that I've spoken to before. He and another brother who's a Catholic want to come on and talk to me about happiness. So it'll be interesting to have that conversation between a Catholic, a Roman Catholic, I should say, a Muslim, and then an agnostic atheist, whatever you want to call me is fine, about how we all approach the topic of happiness. So we've got quite a bit on the books coming up I'm really excited about. And with that, let me bring up today's guest, Tavo, and I'm going to basically let Tavo, if I can hit the right button here. Oh, there we go. And I'm going to let Tavo kind of introduce himself and his channel, and then we're going to get into our own conversation.
So, hey, first of all, really great to be here. Hopefully everyone can hear me okay. Yeah, it looks like I seem to be working on my end. Yeah, really wonderful to be here. This is a really fantastic channel. The discussions on here have been really amazing. We had some great discussions on here. And I'm looking forward to getting into it with the community. So I'm hoping that what we'll talk about will be the start of the conversation. And then hopefully people will have comments and questions in the comment section. And I'm happy to take all your questions. I'm happy to take like really hostile questions. And I'm happy to like, have any, I'll take all comers, I'll take all questions. I guess I'll tell you a little bit about my background. So I'm a professor, I'm a physician. I'm also an editor of 2 scholarly journals. And I developed sort of, I would say, a proclivity towards some of the teachings in the New Testament maybe 2 years ago now. And when I entered the Christian space, I felt like I was entering a space where it was really discouraged to express doubt, to ask questions, or to really engage in a lot of the intellectual conundrums and paradoxes around Christian theology and Christology in general. So what I started doing is I was trying to like tackle theological issues from a very academic lens. Now, very quickly, when I got into comparative theological considerations, I started realizing that there is an interesting asymmetry of the academic historiographical evidence. So that's kind of what I've been diving into. By that, I mean academic historians would never say this religion is true, right? But what historians can do is they can look at events throughout history and say, these events are actually more likely to have occurred, and these events are less likely to have occurred. So if we take that sort of lens and we apply it to the miracle supernatural accounts at the inception point of every religion, then we can actually make a comparative theological framework, and we can base it on academic rigorous criteria. So that's the CTF argument in a nutshell. That's not what we're going to talk about today. Today, we're going to talk about objective morality and some other things. And I think we're going to chat for a while, and then we'll take comments from the peanut gallery and anyone in the comment section. Shout out to Robin Webster, who's here. Robin has a really fantastic channel. Really glad you're here, Robin. And objective, I'm actually really curious to learn about what your standpoints are on the other issues. I've never argued anything on abortion. That seems like a really challenging argument to get into. Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious to know more about that. If you want to kind of talk about that briefly as a jumping off point.
Yeah, we could definitely get into that. And I did also want to say hello to Robin Messenger. I see you here. Messenger, I sent you a comment. I tried to tag you, and apparently it didn't work correctly because you didn't respond to it. But yeah, I don't know if you sent me an email and I accidentally deleted it or it went to my spam, but I know you said that you wanted to get together to have a conversation, and I'm more than willing to make time for you to be the featured guest. So please do email me. My email is available on the description of the channel. It's objectiveethicsyt for YouTube. So objectiveethicsyt@gmail.com. You're more than welcome to reach out to me. Again, you can get that email address right off the description of the video. For those of you who don't know, oftentimes if you're using your phone, when you look at the description of a channel, it won't show you the email address. It'll only show you the YouTube link. So that's at least with my phone. So I actually have to, if you go through your PC or your laptop and you look at the description, that's how you can access the emails. So I don't know if any of you out there have experienced that same difficulty. I am using an older phone. My new phone that I got has like very little memory for some reason. My old phone has like 36 gigs or something like that. And my new phone only has like 8, which I don't know what that's all about. So I actually just have my new phone for my business and I use my old phone for everything else. But I guess this is all really irrelevant. But anyway, Messenger, I just didn't want you to think I was dodging you or avoiding you. You're welcome to reach out to me and we'll definitely set something up. Hello to, Austin's here, Scientific Origins, everybody. Big shout out to Austin. You will see that when I post videos, I pretty much, in every video I do, I try to give honorable mentions. I put anybody who joins the open panel a link to their channel out of fairness and respect to them. But I also do like honorable mentions of channels that I really support. And in there, I have my favorite science communicators. I've got Dr. Greg and Austin Sims from Scientific Origins. If you haven't checked out those 2 channels, please do if you're interested at all in science, actual real science, especially when it comes to things like evolution, which has been a great topic I've gotten really into this last year. And Austin has been a go-to resource for me. In fact, Austin actually came onto my channel and we did a great video on evolution. And so he had some slides that he brought and everything. So please do check out Scientific Origins channel. The link is in the description of this video. Pretty much every video I do. As Tavo said, Robin Webster's in the house. Big shout out to Robin. She's been such a big supporter of this channel. She is our mod, our resident mod. I finally figured out how to give her the big wrench. So, just don't piss off Robin. Whatever Robin says goes, right? And we've got, of course, Bionic. Chris is here. Just so honored to see you. Messenger, as I mentioned, is here. Uncarved Block. Logan, so good to see you as always. It's really nice to catch up with you. I'm really looking forward to you jumping onto one of these panels so I can talk to you at some point if you ever feel comfortable doing so. You're always welcome. Nunya Biz, nice to see you. And I hope I'm not missing anybody. I try to catch people as they come in, but I get, once I start focusing on the guest or the conversation, I tend to get lost and I'm not good at splitting my attention like that. So, okay, Tavo, sorry about that. Just a little housekeeping there. Yeah. The abortion question, that's a loaded up one, isn't it? It really gets really sticky.
Yeah,
because
that gets really sticky really fast and so emotionally charged. So, yeah.
that's the problem with it, is more so than I think any other topic. Gay marriage does get up there when it comes to like LGBTQ stuff. That can be kind of dicey because there is some emotions that get tied to that. But I don't think anything is more volatile emotionally than the abortion topic.
Yeah.
I think that is at the top of the list. And that's the problem with the conversations, because you have to define terms. And I think that's true with almost any debate you're going to have. You've got to come to an agreement on what your terms are going to be. And so if a person is beholden to specific terminology, then their position on abortion is never going to change. Right.
Yeah. I think if you're going into any conversation thinking there's like, I look at the comment section already and I'm thinking like, there are some people in the comment section who are right and I'm wrong about some of the issues that we're going to talk about today. So if you feel like you're at the end, if you feel like I already know everything that I need to know about this issue, then you're kind of at the end of your journey. And then it gets kind of boring to talk about this stuff. So to me, like, I'm very excited by the fact that I still have a lot to learn, that I still can be proven wrong. People have proven me wrong on my own channel. So I think that's an exciting place to be.
Oh, I agree 100%. It's, in fact, I've said it many times on this channel. The whole purpose of me even doing this channel was to provide an opportunity, a platform where a diverse audience can come together and share ideas and push back ideas. And I've tried to use myself, especially at the beginning when I really didn't have a whole lot of people coming on here, just to expose myself as the punching bag, right? So people can come beat me up on objective morality all you want. That's the position that I hold, and really put my feet to the fire and force me to prove, or at least make the strong argument for my, that proves my case, right? And I think that's what we need to be doing. We need to be willing to say, look, this is my position. I'm willing to argue for it, but I'm also willing to admit that I could be wrong. And if I get proven wrong, I need to go back to the drawing board and say, okay, what am I doing wrong? Is it because my position is wrong or my argumentation is wrong? And it requires some humility, right? And if we don't have that, then I really like how you said it. Basically, the journey's over, right? We've got it all figured out. We don't need anybody else at that point. What's the purpose of even having conversations, right?
Yeah. But I tell you, if you gave me like $1 million to debate abortion, I would probably say either side. You could say you could pick whatever side you want. I'd probably be like, yeah, I'll just work for a living.
Yeah, I heard that, brother. In fact, I'll tell you the
Yeah.
truth is I'm not trying to throw shade on Sarah. She knows what she's doing. It's her channel. She has a very successful channel, the Raging
Great
Tomatoes.
channel. That's a
It is.
fantastic channel to be
And I'm
on.
really flattered that she allows me to come on there. In fact, she actually reached out to me to do this debate, which is quite flattering because she has a million people she could reach out to do debates. And for her to consider me to be intelligent and well-spoken enough to perform on her platform, I was quite flattered. But the topic was, can you have God with, or I'm sorry, excuse me, can you have morality without God based on natural law, reason, or empathy? And because she knows that I discuss subjective morality and I do morality quite a bit, I actually did a debate on her channel against Mark Reed on this topic. She thought this would be right in my wheelhouse, and she was correct. I was really excited. So I said, yes, I'd love to do the debate. Well, then after I took the debate, short while later, she says, it's a 2v2 debate. Do you have a partner? Or do you want me to find you one? And I was like, well, wait a minute. I've never done a 2v2. I've only done a 1v1 in a formal debate. So I says, no, I definitely don't want you to find me a partner. But, I have people in mind that I think would be really strong on this topic. And so I reached out to somebody who goes by Nobody on Fire. Have you ever spoken with that gentleman?
I think I have. I think they've commented on some of my videos, and I recall them being really nice. I think it may have been from the Mega Bloodbath channel.
Yes.
Yeah, okay, all right. Yeah, I think I know who you're talking about. I think that person
Super.
seems very nice, and from the
Super
comments.
smart,
Yeah.
super nice, very, very polite young man. I am so impressed with Nobody on Fire. And I was really hoping that he would accept my invitation because he and I are both moral realists. Now, you don't need to believe morality is objective to do a debate about morality without God, right? It doesn't matter if it's objective, subjective, emotivism. You could make all the arguments, without God, with or without God. So that wasn't necessary for him to be a moral realist. But I just felt like for continuity, to have kind of a unified front against our opponents, the fact that we both believe in objective morality, and he's so well spoken, and he uses the Gwirth approach. I don't know if you're familiar with Gwirth and his approach to objective morality, but
Yeah,
he
that's a
knows the argument inside and out.
Alan Gerwith, right?
Yeah,
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 yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a good argument. I mean, if I were gonna be an objective ethicist, that would be probably a pretty compelling starting point.
I agree. I think that a lot of this stuff, from what I've seen from the different arguments, there's a lot of crossover because a lot of it really gets down to reason at the end of the day. You know what I mean? And that's what so much, whether you're talking about objectivism from Ayn Rand, Gewirth's argument from reason, and the necessary essence of our own happiness, our own freedom and well-being. Still, we reason to these things. And Aristotle talked about reason. In fact, Plato, Aristotle, and Socrates all built eudaimonia on reason. And so I think that reason is kind of the glue that keeps it all together, in my opinion. But at any rate, yeah. So I was excited that Nobody on Fire jumped on it. He said he'd be happy to do it. And we scheduled this. This has been over. In fact, we were supposed to do the debate on the 24th. Sarah had to reschedule because she got an opportunity to go to Vegas to moderate a debate. And so she said, let's do it. We'd rescheduled to the 8th. And she just sent me a note on Discord. I think it was last night that I saw it, saying that, okay, we're all set up. This is going to be the rules for the debate. And the prompt is going to be, is abortion moral? And I thought, what does that have to do with? I mean, I could see abortion being tied to an argument about morality, but I don't understand how that has anything to do with a debate about morality without God, because God's killing babies left and right in the Bible. So, I mean, I'm not quite sure how my opponents intend to defend that position, because I can attack that both biblically, philosophically as well. But it'll be an interesting debate.
Yeah, that sounds really challenging. And what's the other thing that you said abortion? One other thing, I can't remember what the other topic was.
Oh, veganism.
Veganism. Are you a vegan?
No, I'm not. No, I think the vegan position.
So you're going to argue from the contrary perspective on veganism.
Yeah, correct. I think veganism is just as
fascinating.
nonsensical as antinatalism. Now, I think that you can make a good argument for health, for physical health, with vegetarianism or Episcopalian or something like that. Cutting down certain meat products and incorporating more fish and things like that, and focusing on fruits and vegetables and whole foods. I'm all for it. But from an ethical standpoint, I think veganism falls flat, as so does just as much as antinatalism falls flat. Because at the end of the day, if there were no human beings eating any animals on the planet, it would do literally nothing to reduce animal suffering. And that's ultimately what it gets down to. And the arguments tend to get strawmanned into like factory farming. Well, you can be against factory farming and not be a vegan. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we won't get into it today, but I would be interested in doing. I made a video about why I'm not Christian, and a lot of it was the inadequate Christian community protections of the animals that we husband, the our domesticated animal populations. I just think that, like, if you're really sympathetic to suffering, you have to. I'm a vegetarian, so that's kind of an interesting kind of anti-parallel aspect of our beliefs. Then, because you're not even a vegetarian. You're
Not strict vegetarian. No, I take sourcing our food very seriously, because, but for me, it's more of an environmental claim. I factory farming. I'm against factory farming because of the burden it is on the environment, and because the treatment of the animals is what I consider to be inhumane. However, I don't think, from personal experience, I've actually been around small farms, and small farmers, they treat their cows and their chickens and their pigs as well or better than most people treat their domestic pets. I mean, they are very well cared for. And so I don't think the argument can be made that having a cow or livestock in a small farm that's being cared after like that is actually a worse life for an animal, given the condition. The alternative would be living in the wild, where an animal in the wild, every moment of their existence is spent trying not to get killed and find food in the process. That's literally their entire existence.
Messenger reveals destiny says, cook burgers when Tavo visits. Note to self. That's why I started laughing. I was like, yeah. Messenger, I hope you'll chime in with some questions. Scientific origins, I'd really love to hear some questions from you as well. So I hope we get into some of that stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, I usually, what I do is I get through with the guest. Usually we spend 60 to 90 minutes with just one-on-one, and then I open up the panel for anybody to join. And then if you're willing to stay around for as long as you are, that's great. If you have to go, I don't want you to feel like you're obligated to stay any longer. But and then, of course, if somebody doesn't want to join the panel and ask you directly, then they can just type a comment into the chat. The only problem is that when I'm talking to you, it's hard for me to follow the chat. So to catch questions out of the chat gets to be a little difficult, and that's my fault, not anybody else's, but my own. I just can't split my attention that much. But so I prefer people just come on the panel and be able to speak directly to you. But again, I do expect everybody to be respectful, and that's my only rule around here. We can talk about any subject. There's nothing off the table, but it has to be done with respect, right? That's the one rule we have in this house. So hopefully we'll, and I've never had too many problems with that, to be honest with you. I don't think I've ever kicked anybody. I might have threatened once to do that, but I don't think I've even had to do that. And I don't think I've ever muted anybody, except for maybe one time. Robin was basically telling somebody, hey, look, you're getting out of hand. You're getting out of hand. And they were just ignoring her. And I wasn't going to put up with that, because Robin, for one thing, she's my sister, and I don't let people talk to my sister like that. And the other thing is that Robin was basically, she wasn't being out of line. She was just like, look, you just need to stop over talking people and this is just becoming unbearable, because the audience, when everybody's shouting at each other, the audience can't hear what anybody is saying. Right. And so if we care about our point, getting our point across, we need to take turns talking.
Yeah. Now, have you moved on your objective morality perspective? Because I feel like I've heard you in some debates be sort of like acknowledging and engaging of the limitations.
I haven't moved on that position. I still believe that morality is objective. In fact, I'm really firm in that now that I've debated it so many times. But what I have done is I've had to refine my approach to the argument and really do more research into the actual philosophy of it. So my initial arguments had holes in them, which people were pointing out. And that's why I talked about at the beginning of this, is we need to be open to criticism, right? We need to realize where we're wrong. And so because of people pointing out, okay, well, you've got a hole in your argument here, here, and here, I went back to the argument and said, oh my gosh, they're right. I need to fix this, this, and this. And so my argument has evolved, but my position hasn't changed. But we could get into that. Let's talk about morality, since that's really what I was hoping to get into, because I am curious. You mentioned, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, so as always, correct me if I say something that's not right here. But my understanding is that you said that you're an emotivist, which is a type of non-cognitivist approach to morality. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, not strictly speaking, right? Like I believe that morality is a thing. But as I mean, I'm not super firm on this. Most of what I've sort of written and thought about this has been since your invitation, but I do have a couple of thoughts on like, you know, it's maybe evolved a little bit since just pure ethical emotivism, then, which is kind of an austere, somewhat, naked stance. I wouldn't say that I'm that austere about it, and definitely, it just as an atheist, because I was an atheist for a long time, I was an ethical emotivist. Now I think my perspective is more based on epistemic humility rather than ethical emotivism or subjectivity or objectivity. And here's how I justify that. If you kind of look at animals, right? You look at the animal kingdom. An ant has essentially no experience of morality, right? And then a cat has a sort of understanding of suffering, but cats probably, most research says that cats don't have theory of mind, right? So they don't understand that there's an internal architecture to minds other than their own. In other words, if a cat scratches you, it doesn't understand that you are suffering in that moment. They just don't really, like, your internal emotional state is not real to them. And then if you kind of go up to like chimpanzees and bonobos, they actually have a pretty good understanding of like Immanuel Kant's categorical imperative, not literally, of course, but they like have sort of a golden rule. So they sort of understand what ethics are, and they understand that there's such a thing as fairness, right? And so, and then if you get to humans, we have sort of a more articulate understanding. So the way I see it, um, I would argue that there is such a thing as morality, but it scales up, and and humans may not be at the epistemic apogee of making moral judgments. Now, that's not a refutation of objective morality. It just suggests that maybe there are definitional components of moral and ethical discussions that we don't yet understand, right? Because if you're arguing that we're at the epistemic apogee, then we should be able to look at any creatures that are downstream of us and say that this is a moral action, this is an immoral action, and we can make those judgments based on our understanding. And morality and ethics does tend to scale up with increasing levels of intelligence and sort of moral thoughtfulness. But we don't know that we are at the apogee. So theoretically, if you turn that dial all the way to infinity, you should have a plane for even higher moral and ethical judgment than what we have.
Yeah, I would actually agree with like basically everything that you said there, the way that it was worded. So I think when it comes to the moral argument, what I see happening, sorry, you guys, I just would apologize a million times. My voice is really messed up. It's actually much stronger than it has been for the last 2 weeks. There was at one point I couldn't talk at all, so I am in the road to recovery here, but you have to just bear with me. The when I engage in the moral argument, subjective versus objective morality or divine command theory, whatever it might be, right? That God is the grounding of morality, etc. What I find happening with my interlocutors almost all the time is there gets to be this goal shifting from the grounding, which we would think of as ontological, right, versus the normative. And you could look at that either like from a teleological or even epistemic perspective, but there's a total shift there from the grounding itself versus the normative, what ought we do, ought not do. And I find that people tend to just keep mixing these up together like in a tossed salad bowl or something like that. And they just pull ontology whenever they think that applies without realizing that you can't just mix the two. They're two separate conversations. So when we ground objective morality, ontologically speaking, it's grounded in nature. And nature is by definition objective. It's stance independent. And it can also, another way to look at objectivity, a lot of people don't realize there's two ways. You have what tends to be referred in philosophy as the metaphysical concept. I don't see it that way, but that's how they parse it out between stance dependence or independence and then based on true facts. Both of those are objective, right? So a stance independent example would be like the sun's orbit, or the Earth's orbit around the sun would be an objective, real, an example of something that's objective, that stance independent. It's nobody's will is making the sun go or the Earth go around the sun. Another way to look at objectivity would be on a true fact. So my favorite flavor of ice cream might be Rocky Road. That's subjective that Rocky Road is the best flavor of ice cream, but it's an objective true fact that I have a favorite flavor of ice cream, if in fact I do have a favorite flavor, right? So you have something that's objective that's relative to my subjective stance. Does that make sense?
It makes sense, but I have sort of two reflections. The first is the Earth revolving around the sun is something that gets thrown out all the time in this conversation, and I don't know that that's super relevant because it's not really a moral or ethical thing, right? That's sort of a factual truth thing, and I think a lot of times like statements about morality versus statements about reason and factual truthfulness get kind of conflated. So that's kind of the first thing that strikes me. So do you have an example of a statement like that um that is more moral and just shows the difference between like an objective versus a subjective moral
Yeah,
conclusion?
I would say for the grounding itself, morality is grounded. So when we talk about morality, we're talking about what we ought do, ought not do. This is reflective of a social contract, which is based on a social species, which is what we've evolved to become. So the evolutionary process and us being a social species, we fundamentally require cooperation at some level. No human being ever was just popped into existence without a mother and a father. No baby was ever raised by a pack of wolves, right? So we need cooperation at some point. And when we really step back from the situation, we recognize that because we are part of communities and these communities exist on one single planet, I actually need a relative degree of cooperation with every single human being on this planet. If China launches a bunch of nuclear weapons at some other country, let's say Canada, right? I'm screwed. I need China to cooperate with me and to cooperate with Canada for my own existence to a certain degree, right? I need my mother. I need to raise me. Somebody had to build the house because my mother was busy raising me. Somebody else had to grow the food because the guy who was building my house couldn't do it, so on and so forth. So we can see this fundamental need of cooperation because we are, in fact, a cooperative species. That's all obtains through the evolutionary process, which is stance independence.
Well, but okay, let's look at ice cream specifically. Let's say I invent a telescope, okay, that can look into alternate universes, and I discover a very small pocket universe that does have a god in it, okay,
You say
and that
does or does not?
does have a
Okay.
god exists in that
Okay.
universe, okay, and also within that universe are numerous conscious beings, right? Now, the god of that universe is omniscient in regards to that universe, right? So he or that God understands every internal mind and every mind state and their subjective experience of suffering and everything that they're going through, right? And also has infinitely huge knowledge about nutrition and infinitely huge knowledge about taste buds and all that stuff. Isn't there? And that God is also omnipotent. So couldn't there be an objectively best flavor of ice cream in that universe? And if that's the case, doesn't that prove that that the flaw of the whole objective versus subjective discussion is that we don't truly have a fully clear, fully transparent window into other mind states in a system?
I think that so what would happen in that system is relative to what happens in our current system, actually. So what happens is there could, in fact, be, and I do believe that there are, in fact, true facts that get us to an optimal situation when it comes to morals, right? However, those objective true facts don't establish that we have chosen the goal. The goal itself is going to be subjective, right? So God having these, knowing what all these true facts would be, God still has a goal in mind. That makes it subjective. In the grounding itself is God's goal. God is having a goal or a will. So the grounding ultimately still has to be subjective. For us to obtain those true facts, we must subjectively select the goal. Now, you can get objective morality through your oughts, through your normative claims. Because there are, like you said, true facts that lead to a goal. So if the goal, let's set morality aside for just 1 second. If the goal is I'll use Carrier's example. So Carrier's written peer-reviewed work, and he has this cosmological ontological argument for the existence of true moral facts based on reason, right? This is how we obtain these facts. And Carrier, one of the examples he uses through the hypothetical imperative, if a surgeon wants to perform a successful surgery, they ought to sterilize their equipment. The goal of performing that successful surgery is in fact subjective. It's through the hypothetical imperative of if. However, once that goal obtains, we can say that sterilizing the equipment is objectively, factually true, that it will statistically limit the amount of infection that can be introduced into the wound or whatever it might be. I'm not a surgeon, but you know what I mean? So sterilizing the equipment is objectively true. It's a true fact, not based on anyone's opinion, that sterilizing the equipment will in fact help to obtain the goal. Same thing with this God thing. So the God, yes, I believe in this universe, even without your hypothetical, even with a God in this universe. If I grant you a God for this universe, the only way to obtain those objective true facts is to select the goal, and then the true facts can be obtained. And I do think that this, you mentioned something, I don't want to skip past this without hammering down on what you're talking about right now, but you said something I think that's really important. I want to make sure we at least get back to, so I don't forget, is I agree with you. One of the things that you said I think is really important, that we have not reached the pinnacle epistemically of how to obtain what these true moral edicts are. I think that we have ways that we can effectively try to deduce what the moral action is. And I use Buddha's middle way, also Aristotle's golden mean, to obtain where the virtues lie, right? So I combine natural law with virtue ethics as well as Aristotle's reason to try to put all this together. So I'm combining multiple models, but we use reason to understand where the virtues are, and the virtues obtained through the golden mean. So when it comes to something like courage, we understand courage because it's the golden mean between recklessness and fear. And in between there is courage. And there we understand how to obtain the virtue, right? And the same, every single virtue can be obtained through the golden mean, or what Buddha talked about, which would be the middle way, the perfect place between excess and deficiency. So I think we do have the tools to obtain these true moral facts, but I think we're a long way from having done it.
I guess I see what you're saying, but here's why I really grate against the analogy that Carrier provides. He's looking at something else as a yardstick, right? And we don't know that in all possible scenarios that sterilizing surgical instruments is a moral good. And he's frankly admitting, it sounds like, that it's not a moral good. And by the way, I don't like to cite Carrier too much because as a person to platform, there are some problematic aspects of platforming that individual. But jumping off that point, let's just talk in general. Like, is it good to sterilize your surgical instruments? Well, it's not objectively good, right? Like, I could imagine a situation where, we're dealing with a population where, exposure to the highest number of antigens ramps up their immune system, and that's a better way to be. We have sort of an example of that in our own relationship with our own biome, right? Where you have little kids who, if you shelter them excessively from antigens, then they'll develop allergies, and they'll be actually more problematic from an autoimmune perspective when they get older, and they won't be able to process certain types of foods, and this is a big issue, right? So I could imagine another species that we encounter where really what they're based on, what they really like to do, is expose themselves to a lot of antigens, just because that's how their immune system works. So I could argue that in that situation, on that world, it would be better to not sterilize your surgical tools, which to me goes back to this, is that an objective rule? I would argue it's not. I mean, if it's situationally dependent, then how can you say it's objective?
Yeah, I think that when we start to ascribe the value judgment, good or bad, that gets sticky. And I don't think that's what Carrier's point is in the analogy. And that's where making argument from analogy is really difficult, because the analogy is always going to fail at some point, because the analogy isn't the thing, right? It's an analogy trying to help us to comprehend or conceptualize the thing we're talking about. And so this isn't an argument for what is good or bad. It's statistically proven that reducing infection is going to lead to a more successful outcome for the specific surgery, right? So statistically, we know that it is better, if the goal is to have the successful surgery, to reduce infection. infection causes serious problems and can lead to a myriad of like a gangrenous or other issues that happen as a result of not sterilizing our equipment. So hand washing and germ theory, once we understood germ theory, our success rate in the medical field grew exponentially, right? Now, is that good or bad? That's always going to be subjective. Do we think it's good that we saved all those people? Well, I think we have an overpopulation problem on this planet personally. So maybe it would have been better if some of those people didn't survive those surgeries. I mean, that gets into the value judgments itself, but statistically, it's objectively true that the surgeries were more successful because we controlled the germs, the infection rate, right?
But then are you swapping out a factual conclusion for an ethical one?
No. Just an example of how we can get an objective truth relative to a selected goal. How the hypothetical
I see
imperative
what you're saying.
actually
You're saying
functions.
this is an analogy, so it may.
Yes,
But
right.
then
It's not a claim for that successful surgeries are even good or bad. All I'm doing is providing an example so we can try to conceptualize how we get something that's objective tied to a subjective goal, because this is where we get into the normative once we start talking about morality itself. So I would say, using an example directly related to morality, I would say that if you want to live in a society without theft, you ought not steal from people, and you ought to institute laws that diminish and reduce the potential for theft, that punish people for stealing from things. Right? It's factually true that if you want to live in a world without theft, you will take these steps. The first step that you must obtain is that you won't steal from people, because if you steal from people, you've already self-refuted the idea that you want to live in a world without theft, right? And most people, reasonable people, which is where we get normative claims from, is how a normal person would approach a situation, not some random psychopath, right? Is that most people don't want their shit to get taken. And because of that, we know that most people don't want to live in a world where their stuff is being stolen. So the value of possession, which ties into the value of agency, which is where a lot of moral arguments begin, is with the moral agent and moral agency, freedom and well-being, so on and so forth. So we can look at true facts that will help to obtain that selected goal. But what I can't do is I can't say, Tavo, you should want to live in a world without theft. Now, I can tell you that because I believe it's true. I believe that for your well-being, that's the best world you could live in. But I can't say it's an objective fact that you should want that.
Well, but also I don't think you can say that you should see. Here's what I mean when I say you're smuggling in an ethical standard that's not already baked into the discussion, right? Like, we could talk about theft, right? If you're saying taking something from someone else, not that they are not voluntarily giving to you, right? We live in a world of that right now. Right, taxes are so. If you're saying, well, theft is the unethical expropriation of resources or money, then you've smuggled in, well, it's not ethical, right? So I had this conversation with somebody recently when they said, it's, murdering is immoral. It's not moral to murder people. There's an absolute statement. But I was like, but we take lives in this world, right? We end lives. So when does it become murder? What's your definition for murder? And they said the unethical taking of a life. And then I'm like, well, then you're appealing to a different ethical standard that has to be brought in. So in other words, it's not coming from the statement. You're kind of smuggling it in as your definition of the taking of life, right? So, like, for instance, if I take someone's life and it's in the context of euthanasia, nobody would be like, well, some people would be like, that's not moral. But at least I think there's a convincing case to be made that you're in a different situation in that regard, right? So you see what the problem is. Like, so if you're saying, well, theft is wrong, right, then, and I understand that's not what you're saying theft is wrong insofar as it doesn't meet this goal. But here's the problem: is you're defining theft in a way that sort of smuggles in an ethical sort of standard around the expropriation of resources. If you just say, well, expropriation of resources all the time is false or wrong, then you have sort of a different problem, right? So I guess that's my problem, is like, I really tried to, preceding this discussion, I tried to find a statement that is unequivocally morally objectively grounded, without smuggling in something else, without being tautological, and without relying on, a statement of logic or reason that sort of belongs in a different category other than ethics.
Yeah, I think that your pushback on that particular discussion you're having, that person, I think is fair, because it's circular, and the it's question begging when you say, well, how, because of the way that murder is being defined. If you're saying it's unethical to kill people, and you say, well, what is it, it's unethical to murder people, and then you say, well, what is murder? Oh, the unethical killing of people. Well, that just literally is circular. I would say that murder is the unjustified killing of people. Therefore, that makes it unethical because it's unjustified. I think that's the definition that most people that I know use is unjustified killing. But
Well, what justifies or what unjustifies killing? What are your criteria and anti-criteria for justifying killing?
and
Because if
that's a
they're
great, yeah.
elsewhere, then you always have to like, then even if you say unjustified, you're just kind of smuggling in morality under a different name.
No, I think that, well, I don't think we're smuggling in, because I think what we could use is a criteria that we could look at and say what gets us, what leads us from A to B. And when we say justified, we can look at what justice actually is. That justice is a virtue, right? So that gets us right off the ground with how can we even obtain justice? Virtue of justice is that perfect medium between revenge and unwarranted mercy. So we have a kind of a visual place we can look at there. We can say, well, so, okay, so justice specifically requires fairness at a fundamental level. It's a necessary precondition for justice is fairness. And fairness by definition means treating like cases alike. So we have building blocks that we can get to say, what is justice, right? Like cases alike. And then the like cases alike is, I'm a human being, a Homo sapien. I can enter into social contract with all other, you know, um, Homo sapiens who have the ability to reason as a function. And I can say that I need, as a moral agent, my freedom and well-being to commit any action, including the action of murdering somebody, right? So if I need at a fundamental level my freedom and well-being as an agent, I know, whether I admit it or not, I'm displaying that there is an inherent value to freedom and well-being, as it's a necessary condition for my agency to set goals and take actions, including an act of doing something wrong. So I could do the action, but I can't justify the action by saying that's a good thing because I'm taking something that I wouldn't want taken from myself, which is somebody else's freedom and well-being.
I see what you're saying, but the problem is then I think we're let me give you a for instance in what you're saying. Let's say I enter into a social contract. Okay, that social contract is the avoidance of expropriation of resources unless everyone agrees to it or something. There's some other standard, right? So and now let's say that I see, that my neighbor has a resource. Okay, it's out, it's unguarded. Okay, I can take it without anyone finding out and without suffering any consequences, right? Because what's grounding your sense of the social contract is my own self-interest, right?
Well, actually, I do believe that grounds it. And self interest gets really interesting to fully understand what is self interest. So I would say it's demonstrable that my self interest, my best life, is lived when my neighbor is living their best life. When we both have equal access to our freedom and well being, that my neighbor doesn't do things because the law is telling him to do it, but he's doing it of his own volition, his own free will, his own understanding of what's going to give him his best life. And part of living our best life requires self-respect. If we don't have self-respect, we're lacking something that we need fundamentally to have this good life that we want to live. Also, I would say that to say that you could take something without permission, when you know that it's not yours, it doesn't belong to you, it does in fact belong to somebody else, and you can sneak it at night, right? When everybody else is asleep, when they wake up, they may not realize that instead of having $50 on their dresser, now they've only got $48 on their dresser, whatever it might be, right? And so they just don't realize it happened. You know that you have done something that violates your own desire for freedom and well-being. You would not want somebody to sneak into your house and take your $2. You would not want somebody to take something without you knowing and without your permission. So you can do it if you're a really good thief. And I don't mean you personally, obviously. If the thief is really good at what they're doing, they can do this.
Assume that they are from the thought experiment purposes. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So it can be done, just like the Hitler guy he could make the Jews slaves and put them in the internment camps because he's got a big army, he's got a lot of flamethrowers and bazookas and tanks or whatever it takes to do this type of thing because he's very powerful. But he cannot say it's a good thing to do, despite that he wants to. Says the white race or whatever it was he was motivated to do. I think pushing socialism, fascism, maybe even to a degree. There were a lot of things tied to that. But he could say all these things that this is what we want. But what he can't do is justify those statements because of like cases alike, because Hitler's a person who needs his freedom and well-being. And he's taking freedom and well-being from other people. So he's not actually following through with fairness, which means there can be no justice, which means it cannot be truly justified.
Well, okay, but the like situation should be treated like is a statement that comes from Aristotle, but that's not necessarily an ethical statement. That's sort of more of a logic or reason statement. Like if we don't have a criteria to differentiate these two situations, then we shouldn't do so. I don't know. To me, I understand the analysis, and the historical case that you're citing is very persuasive. It's rhetorically persuasive, and it's rhetorical because it also seems like there ought to be, a criteria there that makes this clearly wrong. But the truth is that, there are people that if you had surveyed people in that cultural milieu that would have said this is objectively good because we're punishing this portion of the population so that the rest of the portion of the population can flourish. Yes, they're suffering, but the rest of society is getting better for all these reasons. And they were also doing these things that were really unethical in our midst. So we're getting rid of that too. So as a society, we're becoming more ethical. Now, I'm not saying that these are horrific arguments to make, right? So I'm not justifying them. I'm just saying that it still seems still seems like we don't have a scale to make a decision that this is good, this is bad. And if your scale is it justifiable, right? Then the problem is it could be justified, right? And the other problem is how do you define justification? You need some sort of scale.
And I think that's all fair. And I think that I have provided the method because you've cited it already, which is using reason, logic, and reason. So we actually do have a method that we can obtain this information. I also think that we have displayed that what justified actually must entail necessarily. So they can attempt to justify it, but it becomes self-refuting when you actually break down epistemically what they're actually trying to argue for, right? They can make the claim, and just because let's say, for example, the whole world, because there was a time when we can probably safely assume, for the sake of argument at least, that everybody on this planet thought that slavery was okay. For a long time, every nation was engaged in some type of slavery, most likely, right? Just for the sake of argument. That doesn't mean slavery was okay just because everybody thought so. Same thing with any other objective fact. So the whole world, we know for sure everybody on this planet at one point, all Homo sapiens, thought the earth was flat. But the earth has never been flat. It's always been an oblique spheroid. Just because everybody thinks something does not obtain that that's true. And so I think the same thing comes with morality. And I think this leads to one of the points that you and I both agree on, is that there is a higher level of understanding that's required to obtain what the true moral facts are. I think we've figured out some of them. I think slavery is a great example. I think we've come to the point to where the significant majority of people understand fundamentally that owning another human being as property is immoral, because none of us want to be seen as a piece of property. We all want to have our own agency. Now, I can make the argument for that logically, and rhetorically I can make the argument for it, because even the slave owner needs his freedom and well-being to take slaves. And so whether he admits it or not, he's displaying the fact that this freedom and well-being is a necessary precondition for any action that he wants to take. And so therefore, justifiably, like cases alike, he cannot say that it's good to take freedom and well-being that from other people, that has no value, that can be taken without permission, because he would not want it taken from himself because he needs it to take the slaves. He's displaying the need at a fundamental level that he cannot escape, that he recognizes there's a value. And to try to then hijack in, well, it's my freedom and well-being is all that matters to me. That might be the case, but that's not a justifiable position when you actually break down what justifiable means, right? Like cases alike, fairness are necessary elements of justice.
Well, I kind of disagree with a lot of statements there. But let's just talk about like cases should be treated alike. That's a logical statement. So is morality just based on logic? In other words, is there nothing to it? Is there no objective rule above that you should be logical?
Well, I think that reason is what every objective moral position ultimately hinges on, as far as I know. And I'm not an expert in moral philosophy. I've done a lot of work in it in the last year, but I do not profess myself to be an expert in this or any other topic, really. Maybe hydrodynamics or, certain things that are apply to my trade, such as design engineering or something. But I'm not really an expert in anything. I would say that
here's my
that when
issue here's my issue with slavery. Or do you want to deal with the question that's on the screen? That's actually a
yeah,
really
I just wanted to highlight it because I didn't want to let it get past me. And I'm
okay.
sure there's been a lot of really great comments. I see the chat is just flying, and I'm really apologize. I want to just make it clear to everybody. I'm not trying to ignore if people have joined. I saw Emily jumped in here from I can't remember what she calls her. This is a great channel, you guys. Personhood over dogma. Let me just highlight that really quick. Check this young lady out. She's doing some very important work that I support very much. I think this is really important. It has to do with protection of children, especially protection of children online. And I don't want to divert too much, but we did a show together. So please do check out what Emily's into. She's working on some really important stuff. It's nice to see you here. I see McTime, brother. It's so nice to see you stopping by. You're always welcome here. I wanted to make some jokes right now because McTime and I have some inside jokes, but for any of you who are old enough to know who George Foreman is and McTime, I'm just telling you, I will not pay a lot for that muffler. Keefe Webb, it's so good to see you here, brother. Now I got to find this question that I had highlighted here. Oh, Scott's here from the Mirror Point. Where the hell was that? It had to do with trans.
I like your title, Emily. Personhood over dogma. I did get thumbs up to the title. I don't know if
that's please do check out her channel, you guys. She's involved in some very important work. I think that whether we think that morality is objective, subjective, or non-cognitivist, emotivist, whether we think there is a God or isn't a God, I don't care what your worldview or your stance on these topics is. I think the one thing that brings this community together, and I do have a very diverse community. There's theists, atheists, dualists, non-dualists. There's all kinds of different people that are coming to this show today and in this community. I'm so grateful for that. But the one thing that brings us all together is that we care about children. We care about marginalized communities. We care about people that are vulnerable. And Emily is doing great work on that front. So please do check out Emily's channel. Okay, so this is a really important.
Amen to that. Amen.
Thank you so much, Tom. I appreciate your support. And so this is a great question. This is, again, this is Austin, another great channel, one of our favorite science communicators. And I think this is really important here. It says, I would like to know what everyone who believes in objective morality thinks the objective moral stance on trans rights is. And for me personally, well, this gets a little bit sticky because I'd have to know exactly what he means by trans rights, because I just feel like all human beings have human rights, right? And I believe that we need to treat all human beings equally and fairly. And that goes for trans people, people who are not trans, people who are in the LGBTQ community, people who are not, people who are different skin colors, different religions, every single background. And when we're talking about human beings, I only see one race of people. They're Homo sapiens, and they're all over the world. And I've said this on this channel many times. I don't know if Austin's heard me say this or not, but I think it's important for me to reiterate right now. My own personal worldview, I don't believe that I have friends or enemies. I only think I have brothers and sisters. Some brothers and sisters I really enjoy talking to, like Tavo right now. Really enjoy this brother. I'm engaging with him despite our differences in views. I have other brothers and sisters like a Donald Trump that I cannot stand and I wish I could disown, but I can't disown him because he's my family just like everybody else is. So the best thing I can do is try to put out good information and correct what I see as being bad, toxic thought processes and actions and stop those. But what I can't do is pretend that I'm not, related to some people, only the people that I like. It's one family as far as I'm concerned. And so we have a debt that we should incur, that we have to take on ourselves to make the world a better place. And the way that this can be done, and Tavo and I hopefully will get into this here, but I touched on a little bit that my best life can be lived when my neighbor is living his best life. So if my neighbor has all that he needs to eat, I don't have to worry about him coming and stealing my food. If my neighbor is healthy, right, and has health care, I have far less to worry about him giving me a disease. If my neighbor is in a mental or emotionally stable place, he's less likely to try to seek happiness by taking advantage of me. If my neighbor has a roof over his head and food on his plate and everything else, he's less likely to take my resources. So selfishly, I can say that my best life can only be obtained if my neighbor is living their best life. And when we understand that this extrapolates to every single person on the planet, because my neighbor is my neighbor, but then he's got a neighbor and they have a neighbor. And pretty soon we realize the entire world is connected all together through this concept of community, right? And the bigger the community, The more we cooperate together, I think it was Carl Sagan who said that few working together can accomplish so much more than many people can alone. And that's because we are a cooperative species, right? So if we cooperate, instead of just saying, well, I'm only going to cooperate with my family or my community or the people in my fellow gang members or the people in my political party, but if we say that I'm going to cooperate with everybody on this planet and encourage this mutual relationship, then we will realize what our best life can actually be lived. So that's what I would say about the trans thing, or about anything else for that matter. Trans people are human beings just like everybody else, and they deserve all of the same respect that every other human being deserves, not because they're marginalized, but because they're a human being. And we all deserve this, in my opinion.
Can I take a crack at it?
Please do.
Are you able to put the question back up, or is it passed already? If not, I can just take a crack at the wording.
Got it up there now.
I agree with what the question implies, and I agree with what you're saying, but I disagree that human rights are all equivalent and interchangeable. And the reason why is the following: if I right now I can drink water and it's not a big deal, and so if you knocked on my door and you said, would you pay me $10 for this bottle of water? I would say no. That's not, I have water right here. But if I'm in the desert for 3 days and I'm thirsty and I haven't drank any water, and then after that 3 days you're the only source of water, I would definitely pay $10 for that water. So I sort of think of like trans rights the same way. Yes, they are. If in a tabula rasa perspective, they are equivalent to other human rights, and I think that does get missed in the discourse sometimes. But I think if you really denigrate a population to where they're marginalized, I'm not saying like you have to do reparations, but I think you have to accept that the scales need to be tipped a little bit to restore a better balance in a situation where there's already a lot of imbalance that you're trying to circumvent or overwhelm. But that goes to the point that, like, does that make human rights less objective? Because if they are more applicable in some situations and less so in others, then they're not universally applicable, essentially.
I think that it comes down to again, justification and justice. But the one thing that I would say is that all value judgments have to be subjective by my understanding of things, right? The good, the bad, everything, that all has to be subjective. Now we can look at objective things in the world and say that for survival, an organic organism needs such and such. For a community species, we need to incorporate these types of behaviors, and that's objectively true. But whether we should do that or should want to do that is still going to come down to a subjective preference, right? Do I want to survive? Now, I think there is an argument to be made that most organic organisms do want to survive. That's part of evolution. It's something inside of us that drives us to survive and to procreate. But because we are so highly evolved mentally, we have developed this abstract thinking. So now we are able to ascribe value judgments to things. And because of this, I think that when it comes down to rights and duties, I believe that we actually give rights and duties. This is not something that's fundamentally inherent to existence, rights and duties. I think we actually give rights and duties. I think we should give the same rights to every single human being, because I believe ontologically, every single human being is a Homo sapien, has the same fundamental needs. So to be fair, if we want to consider ourselves actual fair and treat like cases alike, we should give trans people, cis people, gay people, straight people, black people, white people, men, women, blah, 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 all the same rights because they're people. As far as duties go, I think if we select a goal, then we incur a particular duty to certain actions that will help us achieve our goal. But rights and duties are going to be ascribed and given, and we should give those to things, and we should give them fairly. But I don't think there's inherent rights or duties, personally.
Yeah. Well, I think that pretty much solves the trans rights question, and now the whole internet and the whole of humanity can stop talking about it.
Perfect. Perfect.
Yeah, that's the apogee. We're not going to get better than that.
Yeah, I do think I have more and more trans people that have been following my channel, And I really appreciate the fact that the trans people that I've been interacting with on the channel have been very patient when it comes to things like being misgendered and stuff like that, because I know that can get really sticky. And I know that there are a lot of people who have been doing who do it unintentionally, and there are some people that do it intentionally. And ultimately, we have a responsibility to ourselves as whether we're going to let other people offend us or not. I've had people call me all kinds of names and say all kinds of hateful things to me in the course of my life. I have to be responsible at some point to say, am I going to let that affect me or not? And I've been really impressed with the courage and the fortitude and the personal confidence that a lot of the people that I know that are trans have. And they say, you know what? They either say this person's making a genuine mistake, they don't understand that they're a 50, 60-year-old person that grew up thinking that sex and gender were the same thing. It's taking them time to adjust. Or they could say, look, this person's just a piece of shit. He's intentionally trying to hurt my feelings. I'm not going to let him, you know. And I do respect that a lot. I really do.
Well, you started off your last statement with, I think you said all value judgments have to be subjective.
I believe that's by definition, by the nature of what a value judgment is, has to be subjective, right?
What
Not
if,
not mathematically speaking, obviously, right?
yeah, I guess so. But I mean, I still think that violates in other words, still think you sort of haven't explained away my initial thought experiment. My initial thought experiment on that topic was, what if we sort of understand that moral reasoning scales up with intelligence, okay, then we could reasonably say humans are not the apogee of intelligence, and therefore epistemic humility is required. And then maybe it's at least possible that what we determine to be subjective value judgments are only subjective value judgments. The only reason why we can't universalize our value judgments is because we are not at the epistemic apogee where we can have that moral reasoning to a degree that's, essentially superhuman, right? And if that's the case, if moral reasoning scales up with intelligence, and if it's at least theoretically possible to be far more intelligent than a human, then you have to say that we don't know what plateaus exist beyond and above our own plateau of intelligence. Does that make sense? That's
And I
sort of
would
the
agree.
argument that I'm giving, that like, if that's the case, then we can only say that from our human perspective, that value judgments have to be subjective, and above our human perspective, it may be that there is a plateau of wisdom, of understanding, that evens out some of the asymmetries of this subjective versus objective debate.
I agree with you 100%.
Well, if that's the case, then by definition, you must see that objectivity doesn't exist. It only exists insofar as the human mind frame has conceptualized these debates.
Oh, I don't think it means that objectivity, unless I missed something. Maybe what you said just went over my head, but it sounded to me like you said that objectivity can exist. We just haven't obtained all of the information to understand what is objectively true or not objectively true. Did I miss that?
No, 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 no. That's a good recapitulation. So what I'm saying is that objectivity can exist beyond our experience, but within our experience, I don't know that the subjective versus objective distinction. And when we talked about this previously, we talked about the whole stance independent perspective as a definition of subjectivity, right?
That is one of them. They considered, because I've heard it called the metaphysical definition, but I don't know if that's necessarily true. But I've heard it delineated that way. But yeah,
All right. Well, let's talk about a universe where there is a God, where that God is omniscient, where that God understands each and every internal mind state of all of the agents on the board, right? All the agents in existence. Isn't it possible that that God would know things about that system that are objectively true in ways that transcend that? And if that's the case, then can't you have isn't the subjectivity versus objectivity categorization a false distinction, that really there are sort of gradations to which conclusions become objectively true just because they're held by more people with more stances, and therefore the stances are not individuated, because I mean, here's the problem is, that if that's the case, then God is in an epistemically privileged position to make statements about morality that we simply cannot understand.
okay.
And
I'm
I
trying
don't
to
think
be
that's an argument that you would want to make, or I would think you'd want to refute that and negate it.
Well, I'm trying to be as generous as possible, and I'm trying to follow exactly what you're saying here. So just let me steal, man, and then tell me where I'm wrong. Okay. So what I'm hearing you say is that there's a possible universe where a God exists, and it's in this possible universe, this possible God has omniscience, and with this omniscience, this God understands all of the objective moral facts. Is that what I'm hearing you say so far?
Yeah, just all facts, all
Well,
truth,
okay, but
all facts,
specifically, okay, so all facts,
all
but all
internal
facts wouldn't
individual,
necessarily
yeah,
entail moral facts.
all individual experiences.
But would all facts necessarily entail moral facts?
Well, I think that's the thing that we haven't resolved. In other words, if
Well, I think
there's
logically speaking, if all facts and there are moral facts would be a subset of all facts, right? Or am I missing something here?
only if moral facts exist, which I don't know that we've settled. In other words, if I know everything about a universe, then do I automatically know the moral facts? Now, I don't think there's a consensus on what the answer is to that. But let's say let's say that we have a God, okay, and that our God speaks to us and says, here's a book that explains every fact in the universe, right? And scientists pour over this book. And it's all of the physical laws that govern our reality, all of the logical laws, all of the mathematical laws, but there's no actual moral facts in it. Does that prove that morality cannot exist?
Well,
This is a thought experiment that's been I think it was Hillary Putnam who proposed this thought experiment specifically.
so I was trying to listen and look at the comments really quick because I see some other people jumped in. I wanted to make sure nobody was giving my friend Mike too hard of a time. Mike is one of the theists, Pastor D, I believe he goes by, and he and I have a lot of fundamental disagreements because I believe the brother's also an antinatalist, which I don't hold that position, but I do always appreciate when Pastor D, LA, and some of the other people from that community stop by and visit the channel. So Pastor D, you're always welcome here. Please don't give Pastor D too hard of a time out there. Got to stick up for my brother. Like I said, even though we disagree on the whole God thing, and Pastor D and I have debated before on that topic, I do appreciate him stopping by. So I'm sorry, Tavo, I did not mean to be disrespectful. Can you please run that last argument by me one more time? And I'm dialed in right now.
Yeah. Okay. So
you said the laws. I've got you. The laws of physics exist,
yeah.
And then go from there.
All of the mathematical laws. There's a book that we have that describes everything about the universe, but it doesn't list any moral facts. Is it incomplete? Because you're arguing that there is a set of moral facts, right? I'm arguing that I don't know that there. Again, I'm sort of in a bit of a gray zone on some of this stuff, but I don't know that there is a set of moral facts. So far, everything that you've suggested is in this conversation. Your best argument is around slavery, and it's unethical to own a person, and that's an objective moral statement. But I would argue that even that statement is highly problematic. In other words, and I don't want to at some point we should backtrack to that part of the conversation. But here's the thought experiment. There's a book. It explains everything about the universe, but it doesn't list any moral facts. Does that mean that morality is not a thing?
So I'm trying to figure out how to approach this without question begging for either one of our positions, right? Because if we're going to assert that the book has every single fact listed in it, and we're going to say it doesn't have moral facts, then we're already question begging that there are no moral facts, right?
Yeah, and if you want, you could put this in an alternate universe where, this book is about all the laws of physics, but there's no moral facts in the universe. Does morality exist in that universe?
Right. So I think that it would necessarily obtain, just by the way the question's being presented, that if in a universe, hypothetical universe, there was a book that contained all facts and there were no moral facts would necessarily be a subset of all facts. And therefore, if they were absent from this book, then there would in fact be no moral facts in that universe.
Okay.
I don't think that universe obtains personally. However, logically speaking, when we go to the modal A type arguments, right, there's no logical contradictions there. So I cannot definitively say it's not possible.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, then what is a moral fact that exists in this universe that is a moral fact?
So I would say any moral fact that creates a contradiction with your own personal agency, your own freedom and well-being, that can be tied to that. So slavery, for example, since we touched on that, I think it's a moral fact that owning another human being as property against their will is in fact objectively wrong. And I think it obtains because it creates a logical contradiction to say otherwise, based on the fact that the slave owner wants and needs and implements their own freedom and well-being to own slaves. So for the slave owner to say that it is both P, okay to take freedom and well-being from somebody, and not P, not okay to take my freedom and well-being because I need it, you get a direct logical contradiction.
Yeah, and I would argue there's two arguments against that analogy. You're essentially using slavery as a, and I think the argument comes from the lack of a definition of what it means to own another person. Let's again consider a hypothetical civilization. Okay, it's a species.
Can we insert a definition just for the sake of argument, such as taking away their agency without their permission?
Okay, but okay, that's fine. But if you'll see why that becomes problematic in just a moment, right? So let's say there's a universe, okay, intelligent beings in that universe, species of intelligent beings. This species has a 5% chance of having a sporadic mutation, which causes them to be very, very violent, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to take away all the agency from those people, okay? And we'll put them in essentially a prison, right? They don't have any agency. They can't go wherever they want. They can't do whatever they want. They are extremely limited. But while they're in prison, they can have some sense of actualization. They can do some things to make their lives better. Is that justified to do that? I would argue that it is. And if that's the case, then it's, in some sense, we are sort of owning those people. And there are many, many other examples.
So did the people commit the violent action, or are they just predisposed to committing the violent action?
You could word it either way. Let's say you commit a violent crime and we do a test, okay? And 5% of the population has this gene mutation where once we've, in other words, the rest of the population can commit violent crimes sometimes, but they don't. But this 5% are going to be very refractory. In other words, we essentially know with very high certainty that if we, and let's say even 100% certainty, that if you are convicted of a violent crime and you carry this gene mutation, then you will commit another violent crime.
So I don't think, because of justice, I think justice is a virtue. I don't think it's unjust to put people in prison that have committed crimes, even though you are taking away their agency, right? Because you're taking away their freedom. You're not doing it proactively per se. You're not looking around and saying this group of people is going to be predisposed to committing crimes. And I think that
but
this
you're still taking away agency, and that's your definition of owning another person.
Because you're justified. It has to be justified, right? Is it justifiable?
But you see, then you're smuggling in a different definition for
no, because we're still treating like cases alike. We maintain consistency with, can we justify epistemically our actions, right? So if a person is taking away freedom and well-being from others, they are then, because like cases alike, the fair, just thing to do is to take away their freedom and well-being. If a person is not taking away the freedom and well-being of others, then we have no right to take away their freedom, no justification for taking away their freedom and well-being.
But your justification seems to rely on reason rather than morality.
Yes, and I think that objective morality is obtained using reason. The normative is always going to be based on what would reasonable, rational people do. That's what normative means. It's not what would some psychopath do. I don't believe there's this categorical imperative or deontological imperative that says in all cases this must be the case no matter what, because there's always going to be relative criteria, just like any other objective truth can be relative, and any objective fact can be relative. So the Earth moving around the sun is relative to the fact that there is a sun in our solar system. Right? No sun, no Earth revolving, or no planets revolving around it. Nothing is happening because there's no gravity well, right? So just because there's no sun.
But then the problem is, though, that you're arguing for the existence of laws of logic, which I would agree with. I agree with the laws of logic, but that doesn't prove that morality exists separate from those laws of logic.
Well, laws of logic are fundamental. So this is why, like, the best argument against tag, in my opinion, is the fact that in all possible universes, you cannot have contradictions. There can be no P not P universe. Therefore, God cannot be the grounding of logic. Logic is a necessary precondition. And I believe mathematics also qualifies. But I'm not so strong in math that I can make the best arguments for that. But I do believe, at my own personal belief, is that mathematics and logic are fundamental. I'm actually debating within myself right now, trying to figure out if they're a priori, as in metaphysical, or if they're just necessary preconditions of reality itself. But we know that logic.
I would argue if all of your definitions for morality distill down to a question of logic, then you haven't shown that there is objective morality. You've just shown that these are considerations that should be weighed in a way that's logical, right? If logic ever dictates that you should depart from, a purely logical argument, then and you do that and you say this is justified, then there is no morality other than logic. And if that's the case, then I think there's no objective morality, right?
I think that's I
If
think that's fair, but I think that we would have to look and say, well, what do we mean by objective? Because objective, I would say, when it comes to the normative, is based on facts. So as long as the facts obtain, then they are in fact objective.
I mean, but yeah, but you're arguing for objective facts there, and if your definition of facts is things that are like sort of truthful and true about the universe, then those are sort of scientific facts. Are they moral facts? Is my question. Let's say you have a universe where the Earth revolves around the sun, right? Then it's a fact that the Earth revolves around the sun, right? So I think again the problem there is that doesn't really get you any closer to morality, or at least doesn't get you closer to objective morality.
No, it just talks about, again, analogies are so tough, but I think it just proves that everything is things being relative. And I think all things, frankly, in existence are relative, right? Everything is relative to something else, motion, everything else, right? It's time, everything is going to be relative to something else in order to obtain. I think the law of identity requires this, but that could be a whole different discussion. But what something being relative does not refute its objectivity. I think the same could be said for morality. So just because things are relative, so I think that there's no moral agents in existence, then morality is a non sequitur at that point, because there's nothing relative for the moral discussion to happen. Some people say, well, where are these moral facts floating around in the ether or something like that? I don't think it works that way, because morality is relative to specifically cooperation and cooperation amongst human beings. Because I don't think that we don't know enough about animal cognition to say whether they can engage in social contracts. I don't think social behavior in necessarily incurs a social contract. I think a social contract is a higher level order of thinking that human beings have obtained. But I'm not a biologist, so I can't necessarily make that argument. Maybe there is a particular social quote unquote contract that's just based on behavioral, and I just don't know how that works necessarily, because I think we see social behavior in social species. That's why we define them as such.
Yeah, I mean, here's my question to you. We've been talking for, I don't know, about an hour and a half now, and you still have not produced a single statement that is objectively morally true. Do you, and people have been talking about this for thousands of years. So does that trouble you in terms of like your confidence that objective morality exists?
No, because I don't agree that with your assessment. Now, maybe it's because I'm just missing something, but it's if more objective can be a fact, a true fact, right? And we talked about like consistency with what a person needs themselves fundamentally exhibits as something that is a necessary precondition for their actions alone. We can establish that. Then we can establish for consistency without running into a contradiction that this must obtain with every like case. So I think there are true moral facts that we attain. And you said we attain these things through reason. So because we can reason into this and understand this through reason, I think we have established that there is a true fact given the goal that's selected.
Well, and I don't think we've agreed on that for two reasons. Number one, I believe in logical laws. I believe that logical laws exist. I don't believe that moral laws are necessarily exist. Honestly, for me, the jury is still out on that. Okay, but the problem, there's two problems. Problem number one is every time we get to a statement that you say this is an objectively morally true statement, there's counter examples, which means that there must be some external standard. When we narrow down what that external standard is, it always comes down to, an argument for reason, which is Aristotle's old, like cases should be treated in a like fashion. So that's my first problem. And I think that's a rule of logic, but it's not necessarily a rule of morality. My other point is that I don't think there's anything that compels you on. My other point is, let's use the same analogy that I just gave you about the civilization where, like, violent crime and stuff. But let's change violent crime to theft. Okay. In that universe, like, what is the compulsion? What compels me to not steal if I know that I can get away with it and I know that I won't get caught? In other words, if there's not something to compel me to that, if I, as an like, I think the rules that you're organizing for society seem like they're based, but those rules are based on logic. I don't think that they're based, if they're not based on any rule other than like cases should be treated in a like fashion, then there's no grounding outside of the laws of logic. But moreover, I still see no grounding for a person who's self-interested in the system to not act in transgression of the social contract if they know that there will be no consequences. So those are the two problems that I have with your justification of objective morality.
I think that's great pushback, and I think I actually have responses to that. But before we get into that, and I'll give you my response, we are an hour and a half into this, and I know that your time is oftentimes limited.
I'm okay today. Yeah, I'm yours for the
Are
rest
you
of the
pretty
day.
open? Because
Yeah.
I would really, there's some great chat going back and forth in the comments, and I would love people to be able to engage in not just this topic we're having right now, but there something has come up when Austin brought up the transgender topic, and I do think that's actually an important topic because it does affect so many people socially and politically in real life. It's much more probably valuable than debating objectivity versus subjectivity on morality, because I think that we can look at real life examples of how morality in general is being implemented, whether it's subjective or objective. I think there's quite a bit of value in that. Would you be open to opening up the panel and letting people come in and maybe we can get into some of these moral questions? Or did you want to touch on the CTF really quick before we do that? Or how do you want this?
I would really, and no, that's fine. I mean, I think if the conversation is going in an interesting direction, let's just follow the direction it's going in. But I would say this: number one, if you guys don't mind, go over to my channel and click the like button and sub if you like it. If you would, I would advise everyone to check out the CTF argument, because I think it is the most important contribution around any kind of theological discourse that I've made to any space. So I would recommend that you check that out. So because I feel like we probably won't get to CTF today, which is fine. That's totally fine.
I would be disappointed because I really wanted to talk to you about CTF. So either I'm going to have you back on here to address that, and maybe that's what we should do, because I have thoughts on the CTF, but I think once I give my pushback, it's going to obviously probably inspire you to then push back on my pushback and maybe get into a whole nother conversation. And it could end up being a whole long thing about it, as opposed to just giving a quick, oh, this is what it is. But at the same point in time, I don't want to miss the opportunity for anybody who may not venture over to your channel. Now, I do recommend everybody check out Tavo's channel because he does a lot of good work over there. He also is starting to open up some live platforms where he brings atheists and theists together in a respectful platform. So it's a great place to go and maybe engage in some debates. So do check out Tavo's channel. But for anybody who may not do that, or may just catch this video on the fly, maybe we should bring up that slide and at least just go over this. I think there was like 5 bullet points.
No. Let's open up the conversation, because I want people to do that. I want you to do it later after you're done with this conversation. And by the way, the CTF, if you're looking for the CTF video on my channel, it's pretty easy to find. It's my most popular video. It has the most views. It's got like 4,000 some odd views. So you can just go to my channel and sort by popularity, and it's the first video that comes up. It's got about 4,000 views on it. So I'd love that. Yeah. So, but yeah, let's see where the conversation goes.
Okay, I'm going to put the link
Scientific
in.
Origin says, I will sub to Tavo's channel if there's more owl photos. Only in the thumbnail and only of me. So I don't, yeah, hope that's okay.
Yeah, I was going to actually do a different thumbnail for this video, because in our previous conversation, you had apparently sent me an image of the owl, but I could not find it in any of my emails. I couldn't find it in my downloaded files or something. And I was so far behind because I was sick. I missed a lot of work. So I was trying to catch up with that since I finally been able to get back to work. And I didn't even get this set up until I think it was late last night or the night before. And I apologize. Didn't give you much time for promotion and stuff, but it is what it is, right?
That's okay. Yeah, I will say this, that I think that there is at least a case to be made that as I've been preparing for this debate, I think I've leaned slightly closer to the idea that objective ethics is grounded in God, and we can talk more about that later. But I'll tell you why, but hopefully we'll have a chance to wrap up, because I do hope we get at least back a little bit to the subjective versus objective conversation. Hi, Robin. Good to see you.
Hey, Tavo, and yes, Austin, everybody go subscribe to Tavo's channel. Tavo has a great channel. He's a very
thanks,
nice
Robin.
guy.
You too. Back at you.
Yes, and just let me just say something, because I'm trying to type at Mike. like you're welcome here in chat, but like this is not your church, please. So no threatening hell for people. Thank you. Yeah. Hope that's okay, OE.
Absolutely. Anything Robin says goes as far as I'm concerned. So I will never second guess any of your decisions. If we need to have conversations privately, if something weird happens, that's something we'll do. But I don't see that happening because the reason that I wanted you to have the big wrench and to be such a fundamental part of this channel, Robin, is I've said it 1,000 times. You've heard me, and I hope I don't embarrass you when I say this, but I have a tremendous amount of respect for you. You're my older sister. You're wiser than I am. And I will always divert to you when it comes to these kind of issues.
I don't know about that wiser part, but I'm definitely older. Yes.
Well, you're not. I can almost guarantee you're not older than me. So, but I agree with everything else that was said.
Can I just really quickly? There's somebody in the backstage that I don't know, going by I am Batman. So
that's Odin. That's Odin. You can let him in.
Oh, hi, Odin. Good to see you, Odin. Yeah, I know Odin. We've chatted before.
Fair enough. Hello. Thank you for the recommendation. Okay, so everybody who's on this
panel, people.
Everybody that's on this panel knows my rules, basically, that it's all about respect here. Please don't talk over other people. What I will do to get the conversation flowing in an organized manner is we're going to just go around the room to get everybody an introductory statement. Feel free to promote your own content, whatever in the process. I don't have any issues with that. If you participate in the open panel, I'm more than happy to link your websites or your YouTube channels to the description of the video if I haven't already done that, as long as you're respectful to other people. So make sure I have access to that. So since Robin, you're up, you've got the floor right now. And when you're done, we'll go right to Austin, then to Bionic, then to Chris, and then to Batman. And then we'll just open it up to everybody. Does it sound good?
Yes, that sounds great. Because I've got, I'm busy on this day. So like, I won't stay long, but I just wanted to come in and say hello to everybody. And like, I've got 2 chats going. This one's a lot more lively than the other, but I appreciate everybody who's on my channel and stuff. And I love you, OE. I love what you're doing. So, and
Robin, can I ask where you're from?
Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
And I'm 58, Tavo. Are you older than 58?
I'm older than you in owl years.
Oh, okay.
You look younger than 58 for whatever it's worth. Yeah.
Well, thank you. Yeah. I don't feel it, but but this picture, that's why I use this picture, see, because it is a little younger than 58. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna get down at OE so I can mod chat and mod both chats. So, but I just wanted to say hello to everybody.
All right, sister, if you come back, feel free to if you have time, and it's great to have you here. So everybody, please do check out Robin's channel. I always link her channel in the description of every video I do. I think I try to. So she's pretty easy to find through my channel. If you just go into the description of a video, check out what Robin's doing. We're going to be doing a conversation on politics, something I'm just now starting to get more into. So I'm looking forward to setting that up hopefully next month, but I got to coordinate that. And Robin, Gretchen from Async Network, another great channel, by the way. Maybe we'll get Bionic involved in that conversation if he wants to be a part of it, because I know that's a topic he knows about pretty well. But at any rate, so let's go ahead and give the mic to, I think Austin was next, Scientific Origins.
Oh, hello, everybody. My name's Austin Finn. I'm a biology student and sometimes teacher. And I'm up here because I asked a question that I knew would prompt a certain individual in the chat to basically throw a tantrum. And he challenged me to a live debate, and I figure, why not? And it sounds like you're on board too, DL, right?
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like he's left a comment saying he's happy to have the discussion. So this is as good a time as any as far as I'm concerned.
But yeah, that's me. I don't claim to be a PhD or the world's expert on gender, but I do happen to know science a little bit. And I know that you basically have to be a science denier to be the specific kind of position he espouses, which is like super anti-trans rights, just really denialist about the sociological and psychological consensus on the socially constructed thing known as gender. So we'll see if he can come up and defend his position live without descending into straight up science denial. But I doubt it.
Austin, as usual, you're very humble. I have a great deal of respect for your knowledge when it comes to biology in particular. You've been such a great asset to me personally. You and Gutsit Gibbon are my go-tos when it comes to evolution, and I'm really grateful that you're sharing your educational background with all of us, because basically, like I told Gutsit Gibbon, she's doing this beginner's guide to evolution because she's trying to take some theist or evolution denier through the process from beginning to end there. So we're all just getting a free education on her time, which is really generous when you think about that, especially considering how expensive college can be. So Austin, I appreciate you, but I do think that you've actually gotten quite a bit of recognition from people that we both acknowledge are very intelligent, like Dr. Kurt, Dr. Greg. I saw when you were in a conversation on a panel with both of them, and they both acknowledged you for your taxonomical information or background and how well informed you are on the topic. So I think you're being very humble. I respect that, but don't sell yourself too short. Well, your contribution to the community in that regard has been really well appreciated. And Logan, you're welcome to jump up here. There is room on the panel if you want to defend some of those talking points, because I think, and I don't want to publicly shame anybody. I'm not trying to bring somebody up to just get beat up, but I think that your rhetoric is something that happens a lot out there in this space. And I think that some of these talking points could be addressed, and it would be to the benefit, not just of you personally, but to the general public who watches my small channel, because I think that this issue gets really misunderstood and is used as a weapon or a cudgel. And I think that politically speaking, and I think that's unfair to that, because trans people are individuals at the end of the day. And so I think we need to maybe address some of this stuff. But anyway, that's my feeling. Chris, Bionic, you're up next. You got the microphone.
Hey, brother. So basically what I wanted to say is, actually, the funny thing is, I think it brings a lot of what we've been talking about under the same umbrella, which is the devil's in the details and the devil's in the definitions. So when we're talking about abortion, so much of the debate is because there's a scientific use of certain terms, there's a scientific understanding of certain things, and then once it gets filtered into the public, it's misrepresented or misunderstood or sensationalized. So all of a sudden it's killing babies, right? And the same thing with the conversation about trans rights and what's transsexualism anyway. A lot of times there's a conversation among sociologists and psychologists and people who are in the sciences, and then once it gets filtered into the public domain, especially bad faith actors, they kind of exploit that ambiguity to turn it into this kind of shock value panic, right? And to bring it back to our original conversation about objective morality, again, there's so many times where one group of people is using one definition of a word, and once it gets filtered into the gen pop, those kind of words get completely misconstrued, or either intentionally or just through the osmosis misunderstood. So it sounds like we're making completely absurd points, right? And then, speak of the devil. And there's those who kind of relish in the ambiguity and pretend like there isn't in it, pretending like they have it figured out. Meanwhile, they haven't really made the effort to actually learn things. So, here we are.
Yeah, I think that's really valuable. As always, you bring something to the table, Chris. And we have two Chris's on the panel. I'm sorry for the confusion. We've got Bionic and we've got Chris Moore. So you guys are gonna have to bear with me here. I keep trying to figure out a way to differentiate you guys. Bionic.
Well, that's why I changed my name. It just made it so much easier. Just call me Bionic. It's fine.
Bionic, absolutely.
Yeah.
I'll try to remember that. I'm old and it's hard for me to change my habit.
Well, Chris is basically my middle name, so sorry about that.
That's okay, brother. No apologies necessary for anybody, but it's just for the audience's sake. When I respond to Chris and then I'm talking to Bionic and not you, it's really, they're like, this guy didn't even know what's going on, because I often don't know what the hell I'm doing. But no, you are absolutely right, brother. The devil is in the details, and I think Tavo and I did kind of acknowledge that at the beginning of this conversation, especially when the abortion thing came up, which I didn't mean to introduce that. I was just talking kind of about what's coming up on my schedule, but I really would like to do more discussions on abortion because I do think it's a really important issue. But I do think that it ultimately does come down to exactly what you said, the details. How are we going to describe life? How are we going to describe personhood? So on and so forth. Because even the term baby, and I'm glad Austin's here too, because he can correct me if I'm wrong on this, and you're in the medical field yourself, actually. So the term baby is a socially constructed term, right? That's not actually like a real thing. We have like just adopted this term of what a baby actually is, but I don't think there's like a scientific definition that I'm aware of that what makes something a baby. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's like no day on which an infant becomes a baby, becomes a toddler, becomes it's all socially constructed. But we could put a range of ages on it, like an infant or a baby is like 0 to 1 years old, a toddler 2 to 3, etc. But I mean, people could look at a toddler and go, "Oh, what a baby," and that's totally fine.
But I think for fairness, and I think this ties into what Chris was talking about, is that when people start using the anti-abortion arguments, they start throwing the term like baby, for example, around. And Austin just said baby would apply from 0 to X number of years, right? You cannot have something beyond 0. So the infant, right, the zygote, the fetus, whatever you want to call it, cannot become a baby until it's out of the womb. At that point, we can start the delineation. Is that correct?
Again, I think it's like arbitrary and ambiguous.
There's not like a biological clock for baby. I don't think. I think you have to sort of separate, like, this is a word that's commonly used to mean a range of things versus this word has a specific medical definition. So just because it doesn't have a medical definition doesn't mean it's not a real word. But you could say that it gets used too liberally in some contexts. But
or something. If I say I kind of terminated a zygote, it's not going to have the same punch as I killed a baby.
Right, exactly my point. That's
obviously they're gonna go with that sensation.
That's exactly my point, because that's where the emotional claim gets to, that they start to use the emotion, the argument, or the appeal to emotion to then justify the position that this is such a, this is this is that. Oh, good to see you, Logan. So nice that you could join us. So okay, so Chris or Bionic, thank you for bringing that up, and I think that's really relevant and really important. Let's go ahead and give the microphone to my brother Chris Moore. Always good to see you here, family. You got the microphone.
Okay. Well, I don't really have much to say other than like what Bionic just said. Add to it. Although, ironically, for me, I do believe that the ethics are technically subjective, but due to the fact of society, through sociology and anthropology, even psychology, and as a society as a whole, things are ethics are objectives because society dictates it so. And that's where I get the usual the theist apologetics that it's intangible, like society. What is society? What is blah blah blah? And it's just like just ignoring my argument that essentially everything that is like morality and ethics is a social contract enforced by the community or communities. Doesn't really matter the size or when, but it's just that that's how that's how things work. It's not exact. Well, yes, once upon a time, you could say that it's the. Well, excuse me. Let me rephrase that. It's the idea of us believing what is right and wrong and all that stuff, but it's the fact that we believe that there are consequences to our actions as a society as a whole, that makes us quote unquote behave. And once upon a time, we used religion. Now you can basically use law as a substitute if you want to, although you don't need Sky Daddy up in there just for because it says so. But that's just me. Sorry if I'm making sense. If I'm not making sense, but yeah.
No, that actually that does follow, and I think that really actually lines into my argument for objective morality. But I think, like Bionic said, it's in the details of how are we really defining these things. Because I believe what you said is true. I believe once we select a goal, then we can obtain true facts that lead to that goal. And I think that works in any situation, whether we're talking about morality or anything else. If the goal is to win the race, the objective facts are the person who runs the fastest and gets to the finish line first has then won the race. But we determine what the goal is, right? The goal is to get there first or whatever. But once the goal is obtained, then we can determine the objective true facts. I think that's how objective morality works in the normative sense. But we ground it all ultimately, like you mentioned, social species, social contract. That is grounded in evolution, as far as I understand it to be, which again is going to be objective because there's no mind behind it. Yeah, I don't think there's any mind behind evolution because I don't believe in a God and certainly no creative force as far as that goes. I'm not saying there can't be some other kind of God, but I think we've demonstrated we don't need God for where human beings come from. And I think that abiogenesis is giving us a lot of groundwork on the beginning of everything as far as life itself. So I think that laws of physics, I just think that we're finding so many ways we literally don't need the God that I don't even know why we'd waste time trying to fit it in the last few gaps there might be. But that's my own personal approach to that. I am Batman. You're up next, brother. Nice to have you here. I think this might be your first time, and it's nice to have you. Thank you for joining us.
And we know each other too. Good to see you, Odin.
Yeah, thanks for having me. First of all, I just want to say I love my Sky Daddy. I'm a theist. If you guys don't get that little joke there. In terms of I don't have a channel where I discuss these things, but I'm seriously considering creating one now. Because I see now that there's a lot more people who are willing to have deeper discussions about all of these particular concepts. I do have something to say about the conversation about objective ethics and how that might manifest depending on the theological position that you hold. I don't think you can properly have a conversation about the existence of objective ethics until you ground human dignity. I think we have to have like a inherent dignity to it before we assign any kind of morality to it, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like animals, right? Like you might see your pet dog as having more inherent right than, let's say, the chicken that was slaughtered that you ate for dinner last night, right? I think we have to ground that first before we can have a proper conversation. Now, obviously, as a theist, I hold to the position that everyone is made in God's image, and so therefore, everyone is their value is inherent by nature of being made in God's image, because God is, he has unlimited value from my perspective. But looking at it from a secular or even a scientific perspective, right? How does one even approach the question of morals really without discussing the idea of inherent dignity? So that is my pushback against both objective ethics and Tavo. I think in order to really have that conversation, we have to ground where we're coming from. Even if you don't think objective morals exist in any way, if you do think morals exist, right, I think it needs to be grounded in something.
Ava, did you want to go first? I have a response to that, but do you have something to say? Because he addressed you as well.
I mean, I know there's two more people who need to introduce themselves, the Uncarved Block and Jill.
You can answer me after.
Yeah, we're gonna
I'm
go.
gonna go. Yeah, I'm gonna go listen to the CTF video real quick. So I'll be back.
Oh,
Okay, well, no, no. I mean,
that's
I
not
would
gonna be
encourage.
something you're gonna get through in like 5 minutes. That CTF argument is very complex, very well detailed. So you may want to
Yeah, and
stay.
I would
Okay,
definitely
okay.
encourage people to check out the CTF argument for sure. But like, I'm totally happy if you do that after this video because I don't want to like be like, okay, everyone go check out my video right now because then I just feel like that's poor etiquette, anyways. But let's not.
All right,
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah. I mean, definitely, I would love it if you checked it out 100%. But I mean, we didn't get into a theism versus atheism debate. I think I guess I'll try to respond to some things you said. I don't like using the term human dignity because I don't know that humans are that much better than animals, to be honest. And I mean, I think if you say, well, humans are made in God's image, I think the same biological motifs that we have that maybe in some way metaphorically mirror God's features, I think those are going to be similar to other animals, as well. Like, and I've interacted with animals that I think seem very soulful. I don't know that other than being smarter than them, that I have any right to claim that I'm on any superior moral grounding to them. If that's helpful, that's maybe one thing that I would resonate and say. The other thing that I would say is I think we do have sort of an impasse where we've talked about a lot of things that are that in our conversation with OE and myself, we talked about a lot, is there any grounding for this, right? And the grounding I either went back to laws of, this is better for society or it's better for the individual, or it goes down to laws of logic. To me, that means that you're abdicating that there's no morality. Now, I'm not saying that there is no objective morality. I think if you're bringing things like human dignity, then it's much more cogent to bring in God's intentionality to the system. Now, there's two reasons why I like that. Number one is as we started off with a discussion with some kind of an acknowledgement that moral reasoning is predicated upon sort of higher gradation of intelligence. Now, that means that if you sort of turn that dial of hyperintelligence all the way up to infinity, then you should have access to complete moral reasoning, which would give you something that, from our experience, would be indistinguishable from an ability to make conclusions objectively. Number two, I think if you have omniscience regarding system, then you know all of the interests, all the desires, and all the well-being parameters of every conscious actor within the system, including, by the way, humans and other animals, which I would define as conscious actors as well. And if that's the case, then an entity that is omniscient should inherently have an epistemically privileged perspective for making moral judgments that are just inaccessible to us. So I like what you're saying. I think if you just say human dignity and you leave it there, then you're just kicking the can down the curve. I think if you say human dignity because of God, then I think that's a conclusion that you can word in a more cogent way, at least. I hope you like
Can
those two reflections that I have. But
I understand what you're saying. Do you guys know Aiden Linden?
I think so. Does he go through Mod's channel a lot?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah. I don't know him very well, but I have heard him talk a few times. He seems like a nice kid. A little too emotionally charged, in my opinion, on certain political issues, but he does seem like a nice kid.
Yeah, he's a young man. He'll grow out of it soon enough. um, um, I just want to make a brief comment. Um, I think I had this conversation with Aiden Linden before, and one of the arguments that he kind of made is the unique experience argument where if you value experience, right, you can assign dignity as a human to pretty much whatever you want, right? And so you can use that as a basis to 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 justify certain concepts existing when it comes to like morality. So I just want to kind of like throw that out there. That was an I thought the argument, the way how he made it, he'll have to make it himself. I don't remember every detail, but it's kind of like the gist of his argument that was made from like a secular perspective. And to be fair, even I was kind of doing a internal critique of his um, secular approach to things. But I'll just leave it right there. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Ethics.
Yeah, I would say two things. One, when I say kid, I don't mean to be condescending or rude. It's just when you once you hit a certain threshold in age, you have a right to call anybody under a certain threshold of age a kid, and it's affectionate, right? So I've earned that right by outliving,
That's
a
fair.
lot of people. Despite the odds, I've managed to make it this far. But at any rate, so
Well,
Aiden,
I think that earning is relative, and therefore you are all kids to me.
yeah, absolutely, absolutely, and everybody should take that as a compliment because it is meant to be affectionate, right? And so, Aiden, if you do catch wind of this video, I do really enjoy the times I've talked. I think I talked to you one time that I can think of, and it was actually regarding objective morality, and I really enjoyed our conversation. And I do think you are a nice human being, and so I don't take that personally. But I would also say though, what I'm hearing you say, and I'm not trying to, you know, divert too much because I want to get to Logan and Jill and give everybody equal time here. But I have reservations when it comes to the word that you just specifically used. Now, what was it? It was an, not a value, but dignity. Okay, so when you say there's this inherent dignity and it can be obtained through being created in God's image, I still don't see that as being inherent from an objective perspective. Because when I think of inherent, I think that something must be objectively true, a true fact or stance independent, and I don't think that dignity can ever obtain objectively. Now, I could be wrong about that. Maybe I'm not seeing it the same way that you are, and I don't want to misrepresent what you're saying here. So maybe you can correct me. But I think that all these value judgments are going to be subjective, including dignity. I think that we can ascribe dignity in very much in like what I think it was Tavo's example. We give our pets, our domestic animals, we ascribe them a sense of a certain sense of dignity or rights or entitlement, and we do that subjectively. They don't have this inherent dignity, and I don't see inherent dignity in anything. However, I think once we ascribe dignity, such as human dignity, which I think is a great thing to do, I think we do this as something as a social species. We've evolved to see each other as having this quote unquote dignity. We can obtain true facts regarding how we should treat each other, how we should treat ourselves. But I still think that that dignity is subjective. We give people rights. We give people this value of dignity. It doesn't just obtain through nature. I think nature doesn't give a shit about anybody's dignity. I think the strongest, most fittest to the environment will survive. I think there's a predator prey relationship in every single part of the food chain. I think so I think that all that applies to us equally because of the laws of physics and because of evolution. And I don't think there's any way to avoid that. And I don't think just inserting a God and saying we're created in God's image gives us an objective dignity. I just think that we say, well, is that a good thing or not? We have to define that, or within each and every one of us has to be willing to say, yeah, that I think that image is dignified. I don't think it's inherently dignified. Now, would you say that's unreasonable on my part, or am I maybe misunderstanding how you're using dignity?
No, I think you're using it the same way that I would use it, generally speaking. Um, I mean, think it's I don't think it's useful to associate natural selection with the with the concept of dignity, especially considering that our behavior, much of our behavior, is not grounded in natural selection. Right? We do things that are, for all intents and purposes, are contrary to behaviors that would normally be associated with other animals that, for the most part, are engaging in natural selection. I mean, I'll give an example. I kind of made a joke earlier in the chat about orcas being better humanists than humans because there's like hasn't really been any incidents where they actually attack humans. They actually seem to find us chill for the most part. At least in the wild. I do know they're like in aquariums and stuff like that. I've heard there was attacks, but what I'm saying is it was kind of a joke. But what I'm saying is the way how they behave, they probably have their own moral systems and moral codes, right? But I think that they have a sense of dignity towards each other, and this is why they operate in pods and communicate the way they do and have their own separate cultures.
Well,
right?
I would say, and Austin would actually be the better person to respond to this than myself, and so maybe I should just divert to him. But I would say that human behavior is not evidence that we do not work with natural selection. I think that natural selection still works with humans. I don't think that we're outside of that. I think that environmental pressure will dictate whether or not humans survive. If we terraform the planet too much, we will cause our own extinction. That is literally evidence of natural selection or environmental pressure. Am I getting that wrong, Austin?
Uh, when you're talking about natural selection, you're talking about differential reproductive success in humans. That has lessened because of things like medicine and hospitals. So infants that used to die during delivery don't as much anymore. We have, to a degree, lessened how much natural selection is impacting the human population. Are we completely outside of natural selection? No, I don't think so. I think selection is being exerted on every single population of living organisms on the planet. It's just to what degree is in humans it may be lessening because of things like medicine and science. Yeah.
There is an actual term though of artificial selection, right?
Yeah, selective breeding.
Yeah.
And we are subject to our own artificial selection pressures.
Right. And what that really is just a different name for ecological relationships, because no species is evolving in an ecological vacuum.
Yeah, no, I'm just answering objective ethics question. Right. Like, essentially, like, that doesn't mean that selection has gone away. It's just sort of been redefined on selection that's due to secondary pressures because humans are in the system.
Right.
And I think that all of that obtains, I agree. But I think all that still falls under the purview of natural selection. Ultimately, the environmental pressure will ultimately win out every time, right? What can the ecosystem sustain, the biosphere sustain? We cannot outdo that. We cannot, at some point, now we can terraform as much as we want, but again, evolution being driven by the laws of physics is always going to ultimately obtain, right?
Yeah, I think that's correct.
Okay, so that was a great comment about not agency. Not value. What'd you say? Dignity. I really liked how you brought that into the conversation. Dignity. Yeah, that was wonderful. Okay, Logan, I'm so sorry. I appreciate your patience. Actually, I can't remember who was next. I think Logan was next. Logan, I apologize about the delay getting to you. I think your first time coming onto the channel, and
yes,
it is. Nice to see you here. I think I met you through Scott, if I remember, a long time ago. Very good. So yeah, you're welcome to go ahead and give your opening statement, and then we'll get to Jill next.
Well, I only came on here because I was summoned. So
one who was having the back and forth about trans I think it was rights with Austin.
Yeah, and Bionic. Yeah.
And Bionic. Yep. Okay, what I'm going to do, if you guys don't mind, what I'd like to do is let me go to Jill really quick, let him do his opening, and then I'm actually going to give the floor to the three of you guys for, like, let's say 5 minutes or something, and see if you guys can have a back and forth, maybe uninterrupted, maybe 5, maybe 10 minutes, and then try to be, as concise as possible, and then we'll bring everybody back. Does that sound reasonable?
Sure.
Okay, perfect. Okay, Jill, you're up next. Then go ahead and give your opening. Nice to see you, brother.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
You're very quiet.
You sound low, Jill.
No. You're distance far away in a cornfield, and we can't quite hear you.
I was more than likely, I was on another atheist channel, and they don't like what I have to say, so they turned my volume down. So I apologize. Is that better?
Yes,
better.
Yeah, that's better.
You came sprinting right up.
Yeah,
you're right in their faces.
Yeah, I don't really need to have an opening. I've just came on to join the discussion or interaction, but I did wanted to. Before you guys get into the trans thing, since that's what the next topic is going to be, I guess I can say something on that. But I'm really shocked, OE, that you're even thinking about taking up this endeavor. Most atheists, liberals, or non-Christians, we could say, don't even want to have this discussion. They run from it. But one thing I'll say is, and I think the reason why, because of the inconsistency of the arguments being presented. And one of those arguments is that the idea that causing the death of an unborn human isn't murder, but when a woman does it. So one of the worst arguments, I think, is one that you just made, an inconsistent argument because it doesn't correspond to reality. In reality, the death of an unborn fetus, whatever you want to label or call it, is legally considered murder in about 38 U.S. states. So, you know, the claim that an unborn human is not a child or human until birth appears, until birth, appears to conflict with that fact. The fact that many states recognize that, that to be homicide. So if the unborn are not human beings, or they're not human, or they're not worthy of life, or meaningful in any sense prior to birth, then it is difficult for you to explain why the law treats their intentional killing as murder, unless you special plead for the woman.
Yeah, I think that's great. I'd love to get into the conversation because normally I don't do these kind of this whole abortion thing because it is a tough topic and I know it gets emotional. But I'm actually, because I am apparently now being, I don't want to use the word forced or coerced, but it's been put on my plate, without me really, I don't know, whatever. Yeah, it's something that now I'm going to be dealing with. I think that it's good to go ahead and get into this because it's a meaty topic. But I do want to go ahead and I will just say really quickly to you, the application of the term, like Bionic said so aptly earlier, is that we talk about human fetus versus human, right? We're talking about the adjective versus the noun sense. And I think that's where the application of murder can be applied. Is it a human being in the noun sense, or is it a human fetus in the adjective? The fetus is what is the noun. So that's where we can maybe parse some of that out, but that's going to require an agreement on definition of terms because, there we could then delineate, is it murder or does it apply to the rules of murder? The other thing I would say is that just because something is legal or illegal, I don't think makes it objectively morally good or bad. I think slavery has been legal in every country for most of humanity, and I don't think it's ever been morally justifiable to own another human being. Personally, that's my take on it. But maybe what we should do is turn the floor over to the three. Now, Jill, did you want to be part of that conversation with the three of them on trans rights as well? Or do you want to let them?
No, that's
you
fine.
Want to make this a 2v2?
Stay out of it. But I did.
Action?
Well, after that's fine if you want to include me, but I wanted you to be included because I did, have a response to.
Well, he's going to be
moderating. But
so you mean on the abortion conversation or the trans conversation? Because I think that
they're talking about the trans.
Yeah. I was going to give them the floor really quick because I think that Logan and Austin and Bionic were having a back and forth in the comments, and I wanted to give them an opportunity live to do this because I think it could be beneficial to everybody. And if you want to kind of even up the playing field, if you want to do like a 2v2, you and Logan converse with Austin and Bionic. I know you guys are all going to be respectful of each other, so I don't even need to moderate. I'm going to pull myself off the stage and let you guys have at it for like 10 minutes uninterrupted. If you want to be part
that's fine. Are
you willing? I don't want you to feel pressure or anything.
No, that's perfectly fine. But I did want to get back to that after we're done this too.
Yeah, the abortion I'd love to talk about. Okay, so I'm just going to pull everybody back here. Who am I missing here? So I need to add you. I don't know where you went. Did I pull the wrong person? Okay, so I'm going to Chris. That's who I'm going to pull here. Okay, and I'm going to pull myself. Are we missing Batman? Okay, so I'm going to pull you up here, but I'm going to remove you now that you're back. Okay, so I'm the only person up here that doesn't need to be here now, right? Okay. All right, you guys, I'm going to give you guys 10 minutes on the clock, and I'll let you guys go ahead and just get into it.
He wasn't participating. Oh, okay.
I think I'll start with the simplest thing. If you want to have a debate about whether or not a person is trans, what's the definition of trans, if trans is a real thing, that's a different conversation. If you want to talk about the status of trans individuals in this country or even around the world, that's non-negotiable. They do not have equal protection under the law. So I kind of need you to define your terms here. If you really want to have a conversation about the law, that's one set of That's one set of facts and data. If you want to have a conversation as what makes a trans person, that's a different conversation. So I need to know where you want to start.
Well,
Hold on. Before we get started, can you turn off whatever that background music is that Chris is having to shout over there? It's a little distracting.
is it like a guitar?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, hold on.
Thank you.
Also, while he's doing that, I'll also offer an olive branch when I say that even I'm not 100%. I cut up with this. Even I will acknowledge some of the problematic language and conversations that are had where our language has become really messy. For example, and I'll offer this olive branch, I don't like the term sex change simply because if I'm going to make the argument that sex is anatomy and physiology and gender is psychology and sociology, then when you use a term like sex change operation, you're being inaccurate, right? Or gender affirming care. I feel like that is all well and good, but when you're using that to describe things like surgery and hormones and stuff, then again, I think that opens up portals for people who want to be ambiguous because it does feel like an internal conversation. So my argument will always be, if you want to have a conversation, if you really want to have a mature conversation, we need to agree on some terms here. So if your argument's going to be that you think gender is what's in your pants, we have a problem. But if you want to have a problem, if you have an issue of where you think the transsexual identity is a messy thing, I'm going to agree with you because it's a social construct. So I'm going to offer that olive branch. You know.
If that was me, I didn't hear all of it because I went to go take the tea. I have wires. I'm old fashioned.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen your stuff, and so I know that the answer is that yes, you do think that gender is what's in your pants, and you deny sociology and psychology and the social construction of gender. You're pretty much a bottom of the barrel science denier, just a typical transphobe who uses pseudoscience to justify his bullcrap argument.
And I thought we were being respectful.
I mean, I'll say this: bring your argument. Right? I'll say if you bring your argument in a perfectly rational, reasonable way, I can show you how it hits a brick wall.
Okay,
So,
sure.
That rule is only for the Christian. Only the Christian has to be respectful.
Okay.
Oh,
that's just how it works.
Yeah, I'm an atheist, so I'm an outlier in my community, even though I'm not part of the community.
Swing and a miss, Joe. Swing and a miss.
There's lots of atheist science deniers.
Gender has become a meaningless term. It used to refer.
Can we get like a wrong sound buzzer?
I'm
for
sorry.
everything you say that's wrong.
No. Let him.
I'm sorry. I'm talking. Did I interrupt you?
Let him make the point.
It has really become a meaningless thing because people just can't define it. They can talk about, oh, well, it's a category. Okay, well, what is it? Well, it's just how we see. Okay, well, what is it? Whereas sex is definable and inviolable. You can't change your reproductive pathways. Austin is clearly ignorant of my position if he came away from my arguments thinking that I think gender is what's in your pants. No, it's gender is not what's in your pants, and neither necessarily is sex, although it usually aligns with your reproductive pathways. There's a very small percentage that it doesn't. You may have, CAIS, it doesn't align, but most of the time, what's in our pants aligns with our sex. So gender is a pointless term. It used to, all the time I was growing up, 20s, 30s, I'm 61 now, going to the doctor or anywhere, applying for your license, it said gender, but it meant sex. And I don't know if there's a whole history behind it, but from what I've gleaned, just basically browsing, was that it was because people got upset because sex was being used to refer to intercourse. So they changed it to gender. And now, past 10, 15 years, it's just become a meaningless term. I just don't know what it means anymore.
Well,
Is that
I
the
could go
was
ahead.
that the Mandela effect?
No,
You
it
think?
wasn't. I mean, again, and this goes back to something maybe you missed it. I'm also the first to acknowledge that there is some muddiness in the terms, and that's simply because it's a human construct. And as culture changes, words change. Our meanings or visibility changes. There are times where we have to create definitions for things simply because our understanding becomes more precise. So our language has to become more precise. Case in point, retard used to be a perfectly medically acceptable term. As society has changed, we've had to change what retarded means. 30 years ago, we didn't have a word autistic, right? 40 years before that, Black people were called Negroes or colored. As society changes and as our precision in our culture changes, so must our language. And I'm sympathetic to that, but it's 2026. These are the terms now. That's my point.
Yeah, I'm glad Chris is up here because he's a lot nicer than I am.
Well, the criteria for what MR is hasn't changed. We just no longer use the term.
Okay.
We just created a new term to sort of euphemize or make
But
it sound better.
it's not really, it's just precision of language.
What's the precision aspect of it?
It's
MR versus intellectually disabled. What's the precision involved?
because you don't need to call someone retarded to describe a cognitive thing. That's your answer.
Right,
It's
but what do you think? What
And
science was
it could
involved
actually
in?
be misleading to call them that instead of something more specific, like a Down syndrome sufferer.
Oh, sure. There's always been those specific designations within the category of MR. But what science came along to cause us now to change it to intellectual disability?
Because we also understand that intellectual disabilities can be caused by different things, and there's a different. Someone
MR
born
can be
with Down
caused by
syndrome,
different things.
right? But thus you're making the argument for precision of language, and that's why the word retarded. That's why the word retarded cannot be a catch-all.
Mentally
And I
retarded.
want
Right.
to get off of that and bring
But
it back to the topic.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I
Yeah.
just didn't
gender
understand why that
science. In
distinction.
terms of what it means to be male, female, man, woman, there's a variety of things we can talk about. We can talk about your phenotype. We can talk about your gametes. We can talk about your genotype. And we can talk about your social gender construction, the gender you perform to your social in-group, and what that means for you to be recognized as that gender if you are a transgender person. And that's what we're talking about, right? We're talking about gender science, and we're talking about whether or not we're going to accept gender science that says matching that social expression to your internal identity is pivotal for the health of transgender people. It's pivotal for their mental health. It's pivotal for them not doing harm to themselves psychologically or physically. And I have no problem with giving trans people the freedom to express as whatever the heck they want. I don't see what harm it does. And I see it doing a lot of harm to take that freedom away from them. So if you want to define what woman is as just your gametes, just your phenotype, it's going to fall apart every time, because you're going to end up excluding women because they don't have the right gametes, they don't have the right chromosomes, they aren't producing babies, they aren't lactating, they aren't doing the things that you associate with female construction.
See, you're demonstrating you've never watched my videos. You haven't. You might have
I
watched
think
some
you're
early ones, maybe.
oversimplifying it.
So I'll say, having never watched a videos on that, because maybe that's why I'm coming with more of a question mark is, but if you're talking about the legal side of it or the cultural side of it, then we're not talking about the science of it. None of our laws are based on the science of your genotypes. None of it is based on your ovaries. It's
Sure they
based on right. It's
Sure they are. Do you think women in the 70s and 60s fought for the rights of trans women?
Certainly.
No, they did not. No, they did not.
Probably did without even knowing it.
Oh, yeah, you're making a false claim, dude.
But here's the thing. So that sounds like a specific question. What do you think they were fighting for?
They were fighting for their rights as a sex-based category of one of two
Suffrage.
sexes of human beings.
Right. As a,
Because men treated them differently because of their
Sure.
sex, not the way they
It's-
dressed, not the
but
way
it's-
they
And
identified.
trans women are still treated differently. Cis women are still treated differently because they get mistaken for trans women.
but you're still describing a social phenomenon. That's not a scientific, that's a social
It's
phenomenon.
a social phenomenon based upon sex.
based on
It's a biological fact.
a relationship is not an equation.
So it's a biological fact that a woman, a cis woman, can be born looking so much like a trans woman that she gets assaulted or arrested for using a woman's bathroom, even though, again, she's a cis woman, she expresses as woman, she's gametically woman, she's genotypically woman, phenotypically woman, socially constructed as a woman, but she still gets mistaken for a man, a person who was born assigned male at birth.
That
That's not an
has
argument.
nothing
You're
to
not
do with
presenting
that.
an
Has
argument.
nothing to do with
How are
rights.
you not getting it?
You're
That has
not
nothing to
presenting
do
an
with
argument.
men's
but,
rights.
but understand if
That's
that
a police
woman,
mistake. That's nothing to do with
but
trans.
understand, to even use your example, which I think is a silly one, when those women were fighting for the right to go into the voting booth, right? That was not based on, they didn't have to bring their DNA with them. They didn't have to bring truth of their ovulation with them. It was still a social phenomenon.
Well, one,
And
that's probably really silly because we couldn't demonstrate DNA back then, but okay. But that's
we
not
know
a
it,
silly
right.
argument.
But all the no. Yes, it is absolutely a silly argument because again,
Yeah, because you made it.
you're
Yes,
still-
I'm
you're still
criticizing you.
You're still describing a social phenomenon. Gender, whether we called it gender, whether we called it sex, whether we called it the roles, whatever way, it was still a social phenomenon. And you're appealing to a social phenomenon with this objectivity that does not exist.
Do you think when women entered the workforce and they
Yes.
established laws for bathrooms, for sex-based bathrooms,
Yes.
they were saying, well, any man that dresses as a woman can come in here?
No,
Do you think that's what they were fighting for?
No, they were fighting for a place that they can use the restroom that they would like, that they felt they would like to use
As what?
as women,
Biological
not
women.
females. But you keep using these words interchangeably.
No. Women. Women entails.
Here's a question:
female.
If
Woman
I walked into a men's room, right? How do you know I'm in the right place?
I don't know. I'd have to see your whole body.
Am I showing my nuts to everybody who I'm meeting in the bathroom?
I expect you to have integrity and use the correct bathroom.
Okay, but once again, I'm not walking into the bathroom based on your definition of when and
How
should be
do
in
we
there.
know that?
How do we know?
How do we know
you're in the right bathroom?
How do we know that a trans-identified man that enters the women's restroom is not a rapist?
How do we know anyone who walks into the bathroom?
How do you
isn't
know?
a rapist?
How do you know?
How do you know anyone isn't? But
How do you know?
Why are we saying
It's
No, I'm
physically
flipping this
speaking-
on you to show how ridiculous it is.
It's
But
not
if we have
ridiculous. By
laws,
that rationale, if I walk into a men's room, how do you know I'm not there peeping
I
on the
don't
little
care.
boys?
That's not an argument.
But do you
buddy.
understand? But do you
That's not
understand?
an
You're making
argument.
that's of
Present
course that's an
arguments.
argument.
Okay, guys,
Present
I'd like
I got one
Right.
for you.
The argument is a
Statistically
simple one.
speaking, a transgender woman is 4 times more likely to be the victim
I
of a
don't
violent
care.
attack
But
than
I
a
don't
perpetrator.
care.
So
Right.
if you're not having the average person justify that they aren't a sexual
Well-
assaulter, when the statistics say a trans woman is more likely to have been a victim of sexual assault than a perpetrator, why the fuck are you singling out trans people and making them justify that they aren't rapists to use the bathroom?
And your
One.
standard is inconsistent. That's what I'm pointing out.
One.
Okay, guys, let Logan, I want to give you the final comment here, and then I'm going to jump into the conversation, open it up to everybody, just because I don't want to turn the whole show into this, just because I want to be fair to everybody joining. But Logan, you go ahead and have your final response here.
Darn, I forgot what I was going to say. See, you got to get me while I'm on a roll. One.
We can come back to you if you need it.
Okay, here we are. When I say I don't care, it doesn't mean I don't care if they get harmed. It means I don't care in respect to this argument, okay? It is not the responsibility of women to protect men based on their actions and decisions. We are calling out bad behavior, and good men stay out, so bad men stand out. And if people had integrity, a Tim is perfectly safe in the restroom with me. You know, just have integrity. Women don't. This is my issue. I don't. Well, it's because you're making some assumptions. I don't care how people dress. I mean, I might think they're funny. I might roll my eyes. Who knows whatever they dress as. I saw a guy today that had horns embedded in his skull. I'm like, that looks silly. But my main thing are women's rights, and these are men that are infringing on women's rights.
And what about the women? What about the trans men?
Okay, Bionic, I wanted to give Logan the last word there in this back and forth, and we can open this up. This is going to be open panel, so if everybody wants to continue this direction, I'm perfectly fine with that. But I want to make sure that Batman, or I Am Batman, feels included, and very important that our guest today, Tavo, who's taken time out of his day to speak with us, I really want to make sure that he's included in whatever conversation we're having. So if I may just really quick drop this one talking point, and then I'm going to go specifically to Tavo next and let him determine the direction of the conversation. In regards to the gender versus sex, I put out a video on my channel, and this is not just about self-promotion here, but I would like people to watch it because it's really relative to this. So I believed, before I looked into the science, as a person who believes in respect and equality and objective morality is based on equality and treating people like we want to be treated, I had no problems using people's preferred pronouns, right? As long as they're being respectful of other people, I have no problem. Hey, sister, hey, brother, whatever the fuck you want, I don't care, right? I'm absolutely down with that. Then I looked into the science, and I realized there is actually hard science behind these things, which is why it's considered the scientific community is behind this. And I just like to quote a couple things here. And I do have the actual resources linked to that video that I made. So I'm not going to include them all here, but I will. There's this is PubMed article. You can look at Augusta University News is where I'm going to cite from, National Institutes News, PubMed, again, PubMed Central. So you guys could do some of your own research here, but just really quickly, gender identity is not aligned with a single neurological receptor, but rather with wide scale brain networks. However, estrogen receptors, androgen receptors, and oxytocin receptors in the hypothalamus and limbic systems are heavily implicated in how the brain processes gender. The development of gender identity is influenced by a combination of prenatal hormones and genetic factors that act upon these receptors during fetal development. Estrogen signaling pathways. Research has identified variants in genes controlling estrogen signaling pathways in the brain. These pathways play a crucial role in the masculinizing or feminizing the brain during early development, and alterations may lead to a mismatch between brain development and physical sex. Androgen receptors. The gene for the androgen receptor is central to testosterone processing. Variations in this receptor's gene have been studied in relation to atypical fetal brain masculinization and gender incongruence. Oxytocin receptors. Oxytocin is a neuromodulator vital for social emotional processing. Recent studies have found elevated oxytocin levels and differences in oxytocin receptor gene expression in transgender populations, suggesting it plays a role in the neurobiology of gender identity. Brain structure differences. Post-mortem and neuroimaging studies have shown that sexually dimorphic brain structures, such as the bed nucleus of the stria terminalis and the hypothalamus, often align more closely with individuals affirming gender rather than sex assigned at birth. My only reason I want to bring this up is because it does appear that we can look empirically at the conversation. And if it were true, for the sake of argument, that there was hard science behind this gender, it's not just a social construct, but there's hard science. Does that move the needle at all for either Jill or Logan? That would be my question to you guys.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean by hard science, because to me it's irrelevant. Because if there was, with all other mismatches and incorrect levels of dopamine or oxytocin, I think you mentioned, all of those things, when they occur, when we recognize them, when we detect them, we take steps to alleviate them. We use science to try to correct those defaults or defects, if you want to call them that even. But now it seems as though in this contemporary world, in the new world, like we would say, it seems as though we're not trying to take steps to correct those issues at birth, prior to birth, even after birth. It seems as though now we're saying, well, no, that's just the way you are. So that's the only issue I have. I don't have an issue with someone being born that way. People are born with cleft mouths, or they're born with all types of defects, one arm, one leg, and we don't just say, okay, this is normal, natural, and healthy. We actually take steps to help that person, whether it's prosthetic limbs, et cetera, et cetera. So to me, that argument doesn't really move the proverbial ball forward, for me at least.
Fair enough. And Logan, really quick, what do you does that move the needle for you whatsoever? If in fact, for the sake of argument, there was hard science.
Okay. So am I the only one that the screen pauses every now and then and I miss like seconds of talk? It might be this Kentucky weather. No, for one thing, I don't have these things memorized, but I think a lot of those studies are faulty. A lot of them didn't take homosexuality into account. Two, even when they show differences, those differences still map onto a male pattern brain. I've also seen studies that say there is, except for size, there really is no difference between male and female brains. So who knows? But that still doesn't change reproductive patterns to do bad things. I don't want to set the algorithm off. And that doesn't change any of that. Despite, I mean, I can show you tons and tons of example of trans-identified men showing the same pattern. Some would argue more. I saw a recent study about that of cis men. So those patterns are still there, even if they're a thing. There's also the fluidity of the brain. Maybe Austin knows the correct term. I can't pull it out of my head yet. But the brain
neuroplasticity is maybe your neuroplasticity.
Neuroplasticity, that's it. So yes, you can literally believe something, like we'll say religion, and your neural pathways will change. So that doesn't change any facts. That just that you've convinced yourself of something. So even if these studies do demonstrate that, it's just that they've convinced themselves of something.
Yeah, I'm for sure going to need sources, citations on all that before I accept it.
Well, speaking of that, that kind of leads me to my final point. Then we're going to open it up. I let Tavo direct the conversation, but Logan has posted in the private chat that he would be interested in doing a formal debate with Austin. Austin, if you're interested in doing that, I'd be more than happy to set something up and facilitate that and moderate that debate. And I think it would be really good content. And I think it could be very educational. And I'd be more than willing to set time aside to make that happen if you guys are both interested.
Yeah, I'd be happy to do it, especially if we do it this usual style that you do, where you have the one-on-one debate, and then afterwards we open up the panel and people come on, and we do an open panel, continue the discussion there. I'd be very down for that.
I think that's a great way to do it. Logan, would that be something you'd be interested in, brother?
Yeah, sure. That's what I meant when I first said debate me, bro, or whatever.
Debate me, bro. I love that.
I don't think I said bro.
No, that's good. My email address, I left it in the private chat.
Let's debate this live. And
yeah, I left it in the private chat. It's objectiveethicsyt@gmail.com. You can pull it off the private chat now, or you can grab it from the description of my channel. Please reach out to me, and we're going to set something up. We're going to make that happen. And I appreciate both of you. And I just want to say how much I appreciate all four of you. And Logan, you said you have to go, so let me just thank you while you're still here. Jill, Logan, Bionic, and Austin, you guys were so respectful and speaking intelligently about your position and being intellectually honest with each other, even though I disagree with some of the things that were said. Your guys' self-respect and respect for each other was really impressive, because this is a conversation that gets emotionally heated, and I think you guys handled yourselves like perfect gentlemen.
I do get heated about this, I'll admit, because I care about a lot of transgender people. I have family and friends, and I support and love transgender people everywhere, and it just hurts to hear people, deny them and be against their rights.
Yeah, I had a question about that, if you don't mind. You kept this. It seems like a mantra almost to me. I don't mean to be insulted, but I keep hearing they don't have rights. What rights don't trans people have? They're humans living in America under the same constitution as me, or a straight male or a straight female. What rights are they missing?
I know in some places you're not going to be able to get a firearm. You're not going to be able to get licenses. And it has to do with the fact that you can't put down the correct sex on whatever form you have to apply, you have to use to apply. So like for
Okay, wait, I'm
firearms,
sorry.
you would have to fill out a federal form 4473, which would
Okay, and they
include
can't.
a binary option for your gender where you're either male or female. And if you
Okay.
are a trans woman and you identify as female, and you have male on your license, you'll automatically fail and you won't be able to purchase a firearm. And
Okay.
I think generally just your your government forms representing who you are accurately, that's a basic right everybody should have 100% in my view. And
Okay.
the
So
downstream effect of it is it affects other rights as well.
okay. So your issue is that they're trans and they can't select male or female. So because they can't, you're saying they can't. They don't have the ability to select either one. And if they do
Well,
select either one,
well,
and the
I
government
guess
finds
they
out that they,
could, but it would
I'm
be
not.
it would be telling a lie that would be
Oh, we
very
telling a lie.
gender dysphoric for them.
I
They
see.
would
I
be
see.
attesting that their gender at birth, assigned at birth, is what they actually are, just to get the form to go through so they can get their firearm. And
Mhm.
actually, before the previous administration came into office, they had corrected this issue. The Department of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms had corrected Federal Form 4473s so that you
Okay.
could put
So that's been correct.
male, female, non-binary, whatever you wanted. And then Trump was like, "No, that shit's too woke." And fuck, I don't even know what the situation is now anymore. There's so much confusion about it. So, but that's just an example. If you want to talk about a way their rights are curtailed, it's not being able to easily fill out public forms with
Well,
their basic
I would
information like anybody
yeah,
should be
I
able
would say
to.
that's nitpicking. That I would disagree. That to me is not.
Doesn't seem like
See,
a nit to me
the
at all if you're
well,
effectively being denied
can I
your
make the
Second
point
Amendment
for you?
rights because of that.
Well, not necessarily.
You just
So
asked what
let me
rights
let
don't
me
they have, and I gave you an example, and now you're
well, no,
moving
but
the
yeah,
goalpost.
you didn't allow for a response. So let me respond to that. So if I were
Okay, finish moving the
if I were to
goalpost.
put my shoes in, I like to put myself in the shoe of the person that I'm critiquing. Okay, that to be fair, or to try to be empathetic or sympathetic or both. Um, if I am a trans person and I know that I was born female or born male, then I'm going to put, if I want a gun, I'm going to put the sex or the gender, or whatever you want to call it, the biological sex that I was assigned at birth. I'm going to put that on the federal form because it's a federal form, and the federal government doesn't care about your history, your orientation or your transition history.
Okay, say
Hey,
you
it's a
got
federal form.
your license fixed before they changed the laws back, and now you're confused. You don't know what the fuck to put.
So then if they change it back, then I'll put non-binary. I mean, if they don't have that
You
option,
know,
I'll
I
put
think the
the
point is
biological sex. So
But,
so
but
I
you're,
would
I
so
think the
to
point is going over your head.
yeah,
no, it
you're
is not.
missing the forest from the trees in the
So
sense that wait.
let me
The
complete the
fact
thought.
that you have to think of a carve out is you acknowledging that it's not as straightforward as it should be.
Well, this isn't going over my head at all. Let me just complete the thought or the
No,
notion here.
I
The
just
idea,
explained it. The
the
fact that you
idea
have to think
is
of a carve
well, it's
out.
not. The idea is that I am trans. Jill is trans. Now somebody's going to clip that. Okay, I can get a gun. I can get a
Don't
gun
give
because
me
I was
ideas,
willing.
okay?
Well, if I may, I can get a gun because you can't, even though you're trans, because you're stuck on this. Well, it doesn't have binary. Listen, if I want to own a firearm, and that is the requirement set by the federal government that I must select my assigned biological sex at birth, which everyone has, whether you transition 4 or 5 times, you still have a biological sex that you were assigned at birth, and the federal government says we want, for whatever reason, perhaps it's logistics, statistics that they want to compile, whatever the case may be, whatever their reasoning is, that is the federal government's requirement. So me as a trans male or trans female, whatever, I'm going to own a gun. You won't, because you're stuck on, well, it doesn't have my assigned, or it doesn't have my
You forget,
orientation, whatever.
like I said,
Okay?
they
So
already had an accepting version of the
doesn't matter. That you're
4473
missing the point.
that was fine. That didn't cause any issues for somebody who wasn't
You're
cisgender,
missing the
but
point.
the current one does.
The
You
issue,
asked what rights they don't have. They don't
they
have
still
the
have the
right
same
to
rights.
fill out a
I have the
form
same
that
rights. I have a
doesn't
gun.
cause them a bunch of
Sir,
issues.
I have a
So
gun.
You're just moving the goalposts.
I
Your
didn't move the
argument is
goalposts, sir.
invalid.
My
Opinion
rights were
noted
not
and
taken from
discarded.
me. I have a
Opinion
gun,
noted
sir.
and
You
discarded.
don't. Why
All
don't
right.
you have a gun?
I think this has run its
I
course.
have a gun. You don't have a gun.
I think this
We're
has run
both
its course.
trans.
For the
What happened?
purpose of Joe,
Yeah.
for the purpose of productivity, I think this has run its course. Tavo, as my featured guest today, you're going to direct the ship. What we've talked about abortion, we've talked about objective versus subjective morality. We're talking about trans rights right now, and your CTF argument is on the table. Is any of those topics the direction you'd like to move it, or somewhere completely different? The show's yours right now.
Not one of you have commented on the greatest ethical crisis of our time, which is the fact that rodents have too many hiding places and are not enough in open spaces where they can be more easily accessed. No, I'm trying to interject some
That's
levity.
fair. No, I can
I
understand.
don't feel prepared
Actually,
to tackle that.
I mean, why don't I offer some reflections on this, because I don't want to spend too much more time on this topic if people want to move on. But I feel like, as a physician and a professor, I should at least talk about some things that have been said. I don't think there are easy solutions to these issues. Should people not be allowed to go into bathrooms where they feel comfortable? Obviously not. Should forums be enabled, and broadened so that people can have their true, identifying gender reflected on that forum? I think that's a no-brainer. Why not just do that if it's going to make people feel better? I don't know that really gets rid of all the issues. To me, the most persuasive issue is an issue that I don't have any right to talk about, which is that some women that I know feel like their identity is partially erased, or at least compressed or partially collapsed by, somebody else saying, I can identify as a woman at any time, and that puts me on precisely equal footing. I think now I'm not saying that all women feel that way. I'm just saying that some women that I've talked to feel that way. And when I've been confronted with that argument, I don't feel like I have a compelling response to it. I just have to say, I understand where you're coming from. It's not exactly the same thing to be a trans woman that it is to be a cis woman. It's, and to say that it's exactly the same thing and pretend that it's exactly the same thing is challenging. It's flawed. There are many ways in which phenotypes and even genotypes are crossing over, mostly phenotypes. And we could talk about some of that scientific literature. It's really fascinating. But there are many ways in which the scientific literature supports that there are at least some separations. Some of those are overlapping areas of bell curves. Some of those are just sort of, features that there's still a gray zone in some of those features. I think that there are people who are bad actors on either side of this debate. There's people who are the deniers who say, if you're transgender, then you have no right to have that identity. I think that's a flawed perspective. I think that's very bigoted. But I put out a paper. I'm a professor and a physician. I put out a paper in, I think it was 2016 or something, 2015. And I was harassed, and people threatened murder. The Proud Boys threatened to kill me. And then later after that, I went to a parade, right? And the Proud Boys were there, and they like came up on me and threatened me, and it was a really tense situation. And a bunch of security people interceded in the situation and protected me. Now, I said after that was all over, I was super stressed out, and I said to them, hey, you guys, thanks very much for sticking up for me. And then one of them was transgender and said, you guys we're not all trans. And I was like, I apologize for saying that. And they were like, it's not enough that you apologize. We just stuck up for you. Now you're erasing me from existence. And I was like, look, I said you guys, I didn't mean to say it. I apologize. And they wouldn't let go. So I think there's at least some bad actors on both sides of the equation here. And I hope that you guys continue this conversation. I hope as you do so, that you look for more areas of consensus. I think these are very hard issues. As a physician, I have many, many more thoughts about this. But I don't know. I don't know that they can neatly erase one group from existence, and certainly they can't, right? And on the other hand, I don't know that they will make everyone who has every different identity feel like they're adequately acknowledged. I think a lot of women have a right to say, I'm in a sport, I shouldn't have to compete against somebody who doesn't have any of the genetic and phenotypic inherent disadvantages that I have. I think there are women who have a right to say that, I feel erased by some people being encroaching on my identity without really having the same lived experience that I do. And those are both issues where I have no right to weigh in. I'm just saying when I'm confronted with those arguments, I don't have a really good response. I don't know, but let's move on. Yeah, we can move on to anything. Does anyone want to confront me about, how about this? I'll put myself in the firing line. I have a proclivity towards Christianity. Does anyone want to confront me about that? There's a lot of comments in the chat like, oh, these, theism is bunk and Christianity is bunk. You're welcome to confront me about those. Anyone on the panel is welcome to confront me about those, or anyone in the chat who wants to join the panel, you can confront me about that. Quick shout out to Skeptic Philosophy, Robert from Skeptic Philosophy, really great channel also. BS Lewis is also in the chat. Good to see you. And Jill, we've never chatted before, but I would encourage you after this is over, long after this is over, to check out my CTF argument. I think it's at least a historiographical window that's not as often enough acknowledged in the apologetical literature.
But what is that? What's the acronym?
Comparative theological framework. Basically, I look at all the religions of the world, 17 different religions, and looking at them from an academic historiographical.
It took me 20 years to do that, but you did that in one video. Sure, I'd love to check it out.
I think this is a culmination. This is his opus magnus, right? I mean, this is like a culmination of many decades of research on Tavo's part.
Not really. It's really just a couple of years, but it's been a couple of years of a lot of work. But it keeps evolving. So I've made like 3 or 4 CTF arguments. The most recent one that has 4,000 views is the one that I'm most proud of. It's probably the best one.
Yeah, but you have been searching various religious models for more than a couple of years, so
I guess that's true. That's true. Yeah, I got interested. By the way, some of you already know this about me, but I'm a physician, professor, journal editor, and when I was about in the 2000s, I was diagnosed with terminal malignancy, and there was no. There's no atheist in foxholes is the old saying, but I actually was put in hospice. I was sent home to die, and then I actually did get better after that. So after that, DeFreak, who I've seen before, says Tavo sounds familiar. Yeah, we've talked before, DeFreak, so good to see you. But anyways, after that, I sort of slowly started reading other theological texts. I reread the Quran, I reread the Book of Mormon, and I read the Kitab-i-Aqdas of Baha'i, the Guru Granth Sahib of Sikhism. So that did start my journey, but I would say I didn't have really any proclivity towards Christianity until about 2 years ago. So all right, I'll open it up. Anyone can ask me any questions, or
I got you in my sights. You made the biggest mistake of your life. You activated my trap card. What in this comparative theological framework you did, where you took all the religions and you did all this incredible data analysis, you had one fatal flaw, one fatal error. You didn't consider that they might just all be wrong. And boom, there you go.
I mean, just to clarify, the CTF argument is a ranking order argument. So like I said at the beginning of the chat, no historian would ever say a theology is true, right? No academic historian worth their salt would ever say that, in my opinion. Now, but we can look at the varying degrees of truthfulness and kind of rank order the claims. Now, the CTF argument isn't purely about an academic historiographical lens. It's also about which theological figure makes the biggest imprint on our current intellectual tradition, right? It's also about, do attestations inside of each theology come late relative to the other events that are in their cultural milieu and when those events were written down. So, I mean, but you're right. If the CTF doesn't apply to 2 categories of people, and I acknowledge this quite explicitly. So I wouldn't talk about this as like, this shows that CTF is wrong. It's just an acknowledged limitation. By the way, often in the academic literature, we would say, like, here's my argument. Here are the limitations of my analysis. So that's something that we're used to acknowledging. And I do acknowledge that in CTF. So here are the 2 categories of people that should not be affected by CTF. Number 1, people who are refractory in their atheism. If you are what's called a closed atheist, right? In other words, you're confident there's no God, then I think it's reasonable to say, that the CTF argument shouldn't dissuade you from your belief system. However, there are some questions that come up as a result of it that I think it's a good idea to at least think about. And so far, no atheist has adequately addressed those questions, in my mind. Number two, the other people who shouldn't be affected by CTF would be people who have subjective experiences, who are already in their religions for a subjective reason. By nature, the CTF argument is oriented towards objective historiographical criteria that span subjective attestation. So I meet a lot of people who are Mormon who say, I know in my heart that LDS is the right religion, and I think that's a reasonable perspective. It's a subjective one. I know a lot of people who are Muslims who say, well, I believe in Allah, and I feel it in my heart, and I know that's correct. And those are also people who the CTF is not necessarily aimed at. It still does raise a historical question, but definitely there are people who are acknowledged to be limitations that are not people who should necessarily feel, I don't know that anyone should feel threatened by the CTF, but who shouldn't feel like it's oriented towards them.
Yeah, and I promise I'm not trying to like poke you in the eye by saying it. Like, I think CTF is actually, I would even call it a pretty good argument, one of the better arguments I've heard for religion. But I think the fundamental flaw in it is a religion can be the most likely religion, whatever you want to call that, and still just be wrong, and that God isn't real, and that religion is just a fiction and whatnot. And that would be my position.
The statement that you said is true, but I think there is still a problem that you haven't acknowledged, which is that the CTF shows that there's 13 evaluative criteria in it. Christianity is an outlier in its performance across all 13 criteria, right? So I still think an atheist needs to look at the data and explain why Christianity is an outlier.
Yeah, like I said, I think it is a pretty good argument. I'd even call it at least one good argument I've now heard for a specific brand of theism. But yeah, I just think it has the flaw in that even if like a religion outperforms, let me put it in this way. Let me see if I can explain it with a joke. Okay, so you might be the best at something, but that doesn't mean you're good at it, right? Like, you might be the best husband in your family, and everybody in their family beats the crap out of their wife, including you, but you beat your wife the least, so you're the best husband in that family. You're still not a good husband, right? And that's kind of what I see.
You have such a gift. I mean, just to drag this down to the lowest possible denominator.
No. It's
like, it can be the best God, but it's still not a real God. Like,
what you're saying is a true statement, right? If you are a closed atheist, then you could look at the CTF and say, this doesn't affect me because I'm highly confident there is no God. I still think that you need to, that if you're intellectually honest, you need to look at the data and explain it. But it's not that. I wouldn't say that that's a flaw with the argument. I would say that is a limitation of the analysis, but it is an explicitly made limitation. In other words, when I started the CTF, I said, if we could compare the religions, what would that look like if we used academic criteria, right? So that's not necessarily the same thing. In other words, I'm not saying I need to convert everyone, right? If my goal was I need everyone to believe in Christianity, including atheists, then it's not really the best argument for that. So
can I jump in here really quick? I'm loving the way this conversation is going, and I want to just highlight what Austin said. Tavo, you've been getting a lot of flowers or props, however you want to say it, from skeptics, like what Austin just said, giving you the credit where credit's due, that at least you're putting in the effort to present a tangible, comprehensive argument that can be broken apart and examined with intellectual honesty. I think that's the highest compliment anybody in your field can actually receive, to be honest with you. Batman has not been able to talk in a long time, and McTime just joined us. So I'd like to kind of make sure everybody feels included. Batman, did you have anything that you wanted to add to the conversation? I don't want you to feel like you've been left out and skipped over here, brother.
No problem. To the current topic at hand?
Really, the floor is yours. But yeah, if we could try to keep it somewhat linear, I'd appreciate it. Something that's at least been discussed throughout the course of the show. Try not to bring up, your favorite car is a 65 Mustang or something random. But yeah, anything relative to what we've been discussing.
Although that's a good choice.
It's a good car. That is a good car.
Yeah, that's a good choice.
Dang it! I was gonna bring up my favorite Batman comic. Anyways, um, so I am gonna take the time to look at the CTF. As explained, um, I kind of have an idea. Um, I think doing a comparative analysis of all the religions, it's a pretty big project. In terms of like figuring out which one is, how should I put this, more or less likely true or not based on how it affects people. Um, I don't necessarily know how that would be parsed out, so I'm super curious as to um, how that process, how you came up with the process, how it worked, like what you struggled with the most in that process. Because I'm the type of person, I love philosophy, and I specifically love the Christian religion, but I also am interested in like Eastern philosophy, um, like Zen Buddhism, um, Taoism, and stuff like that. Just kind of like ideas that uh, ponder what it means to be a master of being. Um, but that aside, I am curious as to the process you went through. What was like the main motivation ultimately, and what is it about Christianity specifically that's driving you more so in that direction?
Yeah, those are good questions. Let me talk about why I kind of like the CTF argument. And one of the things that I sort of quickly after I started doing the analysis, one of the things that I liked about it, which is that when you debate people of different religious backgrounds, it becomes very acerbic very quickly. I'm not really, I've had some quote unquote debates with some Muslims, and I am too personally entrenched to really do much of a debate in that regard. So, in other words, I've been sort of engaged and kind of gone, well, that's just, this is how I feel. But on the other hand, I think that the debate does get really acrimonious. Like there's like this guy Inspiring Philosophy who does a lot of debating of Muslims. There's Avery, who's what God Logic, right, who debates a lot of Muslims. And I sometimes think that debating is very acerbic and very acrimonious. I think one of the things I like about CTF is it's a rank ordering argument. So you're not saying Islam is false and it's a terrible religion. You're saying let's weigh everything and see which one comes out if you weigh the evidence and like see if we can make any judgments based on that. So that's
So
one of the reasons why I did it. That's one of the things I like about it. What started me down that road is really just sort of asking one question after another. Um, Let me give you an example of a question that I asked fairly early on in my analysis. I looked at the Thomas Reuters list of the most influential scholars of the century, right? And they published a list of something like 385 scholars who were cited with a high frequency. And I read a lot of those scholars and their works, and just anecdotally, a lot of them were citing Jesus constructively and directly, even though they themselves were atheists, right? I'll give you just one example. Hannah Arendt is one of the most influential political scientists of the last 100 years. She talked about what's it called? The banality of evil. The banality of evil. That's a common phrase that we've probably all heard in this circle, right? The fact that good people can be persuaded to do bad things. In her work, she cites Jesus directly and constructively, even though she herself is an atheist. So I started looking into how many ancient figures are an important part of our legacy today from like 2,000 years ago. Like for instance, like there's Socrates, is a big one, but Socrates gets cited mostly indirectly, right, and in very few fields, which is philosophy. If you look at Jesus, he gets cited in the last 100 years. He's been cited constructively and directly by atheists in sociology, psychology, political science, philosophy, ethics. There are very few ancient figures who match that record, right? So that's something I started. So then I started reading the New Testament, and I was like, some of these are actually really good teachings. Some of them are actually quite good and quite beautiful. So that's really what started me down that road. And then I started trying to quantify: is there any way to like sort of weigh this in a way that is more more objective, that is more free of my own, just sort of like, I like this teaching, I give it a thumbs up.
Okay, can I ask a clarification question?
Sure.
Have you taken into consideration the utilitarian aspect of human psychology? We tend to be utilitarians, like we pick and choose things that that will serve our purposes, right? Whether we use religion for good or for bad, right? At the end of the day, if it's to serve a specific purpose, even if it just means conveying an idea, right? There's a utilitarian aspect of it. And so I think one could argue that just because we might cite something that a Jesus might say, right? It doesn't necessarily, it's only there, we're only citing him to convey a specific message. So they're taking a utilitarian approach. It doesn't necessarily mean that they value ultimately what Jesus had to say in the first place. So with that in mind, did you take that into consideration in your formula?
Sort of what I used is a fairly narrow criteria. Like, did they cite Jesus in a way that was direct and constructive, right? So if you just say, Jesus had some good ideas, let's talk about something else now, that doesn't really count. If you say, here is my thesis, right? Because a lot of times in the social sciences, arguments are syllogistic, right? And some of the steps in those syllogisms can span centuries, right? So academic fields can change in very slow patterns, right? So it was more like, now there's another limb to your question, which I could talk about briefly, because I made a video about this that just talks about how there are sociological benefits to regular church attendance that seem to be absent in other religious contexts and also without regular church attendance. For instance, people who go to church actually have a higher life expectancy. They have lower morbidity, lower mortality. Hummer et al. In 2009 showed that if you attend church regularly, you get like about 7 years added to the end of your life. Now that's actually a significant health benefit. So I think that's interesting to think about. I don't know that really moves the needle for me, but anyways, good question.
And I'd like to, if I may, just give McTime a chance to introduce himself. Brother, I think this might be the first time you've joined my panel, and it's such a pleasure to have you here. I really enjoy the back and forth that we have in the chat. I think a lot of times on Async and maybe some other places. We're old school, so some of those jokes like about the muffler and the banana and the tailpipe might be going over some people's heads, but that humor's never lost on me, family.
Thank you, OE. This is my first time coming to your live. I was infatuated by how you destroyed that guy in Philosopher chat earlier. When he with that what he was doing objective morality too, wasn't he?
Are you talking about me?
Yeah, when that you
no, he was talking about no, I appreciate the kind words. Sorry, I was getting my coffee while you're talking there. I just run over. Yeah, no, I appreciate the kind words, and I felt, that guy, he was trying to push back. This is an earlier conversation I had on Phil Sober's channel, which, by the way, Phil Sober does a great job for any of you guys who don't know, but he was trying to basically run a broken version of tag, and he was tapping it into the unmoved mover argument as well. And so I got in there, kind of mix it up with him a little bit, and he was trying to push back, but he's kind of getting cooked. And this because once I diverted back to Phil Sober because he wanted to get in cosmology, he's like, you brought this ringer in here, this expert in this blah, blah, blah. And he's over here just making me look bad. And you're trying to do this on purpose. He was crying really hard about that.
Yeah. And please forgive me. I had no idea that you was the same banana in the tailpipe guy. I'm gonna go check out this guy here. I like the way he did that. Plus, this is my introduction here. Not big on philosophy. I'm got a technical type of wheelhouse. I'm got some electronic knowledge, a little bit of science and physics. But what I mainly like to prosecute is people honesty and epistemology. And I want to ask this question. I want everybody to answer the question, but I want to ask Jill first because I don't want to taint the wheel because I don't want to say what I think. Jill.
Yes. Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, Jill. What is more important, to prove yourself right or to prove yourself wrong? This goes to the whole panel at large.
What?
What is more important, prove yourself right or to prove yourself wrong?
I've been waiting for somebody to prove me wrong for years now.
I think your answer.
So I would say the latter. The latter is more important.
All right. That. He got in the. How about anybody else? What are y'all thoughts? There's really no right or wrong way to do this, but I know what type of people I like to listen to, and I think liars will answer that question a certain way, and honest people will answer it another way. But at least well, God, I'm glad. Let me get.
Well, I've been banned for so many channels, and I'm running out of opportunities to prove myself wrong. So,
I think, I'll just take a stab at it in the sense that I think a lot of times we say that we want to be proven wrong. We say that we want to learn, but I don't know how true that is for a lot of people, because I think the ego really does step up. Right, but I'm going to also, to kind of finish my point, I'll also make the argument that if to be proven wrong, it hurts the ego. It hurts. Like me physically, when I've said things and I've been corrected on the spot and I'm dead to rights, that's physically uncomfortable. So my ego will kick in and prevent me from allowing that to set in. But the most valuable lessons I've ever had is when I push past that ego death. I hate the word ego death. When I push past that ego wound to say, you know what, this might be a worthwhile pain. This could be a pain that's going to grow me as a person. So I think.
The question is, what do you prioritize? Proving yourself right or proving yourself wrong? Where's your priority at?
If I'm going to be honest, I think I would prioritize proving myself right by holding it up against people who I respect intellectually. Because when I could be proven right and it holds up to the test of time, then that means I can feel more confident. If I go into a room and I just have nothing of value to offer, and I realize that everything I've said is wrong, then that leaves me with less information. Because at that point, I'm not fine-tuning my arguments. I'm not developing my arguments. I'm starting from the ground floor. And that to me is not as useful as strengthening my arguments. I hope that answers your question. You know what I mean?
Curiosity is the supreme epistemic fuel. You need to want to turn over every rock, find out every fact there is, and hear every argument about every fact, if you want to be epistemically moral, in my opinion.
So is that you saying you're placing your priority on proving yourself right or wrong?
Just curiosity. I just want to turn over every rock. Whether I'm right or wrong is almost irrelevant to me. I want to turn over every rock that I can to know exactly what's underneath it without guessing. And if I can't know what's under the rock, I'll admit it and never stop questioning what I think is under the rock. I know you're plumbing for like a really simple answer, but that's the most honest answer I can.
And I think it's a false dichotomy. I don't think you really ever are truly proven right or truly proved wrong. I think your points or your arguments or your thinking is oftentimes modified and sharpened, but it's very rare.
I'm not talking about whether you are right or wrong or what you prove. What I'm talking about is what is your priority?
Epistemology, yeah. You're talking about epistemology.
I'm trying to touch on that, but right now I just want to know where your priorities at. Do you like to be right, or do you like to prove yourself wrong?
My priority is to be curious over being incurious.
Okay. Anybody else care to answer?
I'm wrong. I'm wrong in very significant ways, at least once a week. In other words, but I tell you, it's really not about what my experience is. I think being wrong is more valuable from a learning experience, but also it's about who is surrounding me. I'm in a community of people who will support me whether I'm right or wrong, meaning that they'll say you're wrong about this, but this is a justified conclusion based on what you said, and here's why you're wrong, and here's what we learn from this. So I think that's really great. That's where the growth happens. So I think your question is actually very apropos to the ethos of this channel, by the way. Like, I think you're asking something that is appropriately addressed on this channel. This is a channel about engaging, and I prefer to be proven wrong in general, but I'm very lucky, however, that when I am proven wrong, it's by people who are kind, gentle colleagues, and it doesn't diminish their respect for me. I think that's a situation that's hard to come by, and I'm really glad to be in that situation. And your question reminds me of how much privilege I have in that situation.
Ooh, I can answer this one. I think more so I value the process of being proven wrong, mainly because what that does for me personally is that it puts other eyes on my ideas, because it can show me blind spots that I have not been, possibly haven't been considering. So yeah, I would much prefer trying, having my ideas, tested and pushed back on, you know, um, because that's the only way I'll know, whether or not it's kind of, I see it as a sanity check, so to speak. That's how I look at it. It's a sanity check. It's kind of like if you're doing math, high level mathematics, it's good to have someone to check your math. I kind of did that recently where I'm trying to write a paper, a paper on life. I'm trying to take a thermodynamic and informational approach to life, and yeah, my math was okay, but ultimately it was kind of dog shit when it was pointed out to me. And dog shit is a strong word, right? Considering I'm not trained in, I'm not a trained mathematician or physicist, or anything like that. But ultimately, that breakdown showed me that there's a better approach to trying to explain something, mathematically speaking. So yes,
These
it's
are all
better to be
really
proven wrong.
great responses all the way around. I don't think there is a right or wrong answer to this question. McTime, you added so much value to the show just by coming on here and presenting this opportunity for people to kind of discuss their epistemic humility. And I want to get to, I also have an answer to this as well, but I want to make
quick follow up to Batman too. Batman, when you're done with that paper, I'd love to read it. It sounds really fascinating.
Yeah, my curiosity is piqued as well.
I will just really quickly want to say hello to Gretchen from the Async Network. I don't know, sister, I don't know how long you've been watching the show today, but I actually mentioned you a couple times already and plugged your channel for you. But make sure when I turn this over to you to introduce yourself, make sure to tell people where they can find you. You guys do such a great job. This is Gretchen and Arpy, I think, are the co-hosts, and that's I interact with Nobody on Fire, my upcoming debate partner. There's so many great people. Puggles is a part of that community. Issa Secular. I mean, there's so many names. Kiffy Webb. I'm just the Professor Hizzle. I mean, I could just literally go down the list of all the great people in the community. You're going to find all the cool people are hanging out at Async, as far as I'm concerned. And I'm going to let you introduce yourself, and Scott as well. Good to see you. But really quickly, I'll just say for my own answer to this question, McTime, the truth of the matter is, as much as it seems intuitive to say, oh, of course we want to be right because that inflates the ego. My own personal approach to life, the thing that keeps me grounded and has led to a lot of personal success, so I believe it's the proper way for, at least for me, to approach life, is when I'm seen as being right about something, it actually makes me a little bit nervous because I know that I'm fallible. I know that there are going to be holes in my approach to every single thing I do. I'm never going to be perfectly correct about any position that I hold, because I also know that we need to remember that with new information, old ideas must be re-examined, and this is a continuing process. There's no, being right isn't a goal or a destination. It's a journey. Okay. And so because I know this, when people say, oh, you're so smart, or you're so good at this or so good at that, it makes me nervous the more I hear it, because it's like, man, my hole hasn't been discovered yet. And I'm really setting myself up for a big fall flat on my face if I start patting myself on the back too much. Whereas when I'm proven to be wrong about something, because I do have self-confidence and self-respect, it doesn't shatter my self-worth or my self-impression, the impression I hold of myself. It inspires me to work harder and do better. So I hope that answers your question. And then let's turn it over to Gretchen and let her take the floor.
My hole hasn't been exposed yet. Title of your sex tape.
Oh, if you only knew.
Hi, everybody. I'm Gretchen. Some of you know me, some of you don't. I am the channel owner of Async Network, and OE, I just literally got here like 5 minutes ago when I said hi. So I don't know what you've actually been talking about this whole time. So,
Good to see you, Gretchen.
as far as our channel, yeah, we are growing pretty quickly. And hopefully that's gonna pick up major speed here pretty quickly. I wanted to get to 200 before I called in the big guns for help, and I ended up getting almost to 500. So when we get to 500, I'm gonna go on Deconstruction Zone and hopefully fill out the rest of the subs that I need to get monetized and slide into everybody's algorithms after that. So
Amazing,
and
amazing success story. It's so hard to,
yeah,
to grow when you're first getting started, and you guys have literally just shot like a rocket. And it's because that you have a really great reputation in a diverse number of communities. You're well established with some big players, like you mentioned, Deconstruction Zone and some other Mezzo and some other people that have put in the work to build up their reputation. And you're part of that community. So I think you guys are going to have no problem.
yeah, everybody on the team is either a YouTube chat moderator or a Discord moderator or admin for a bunch of other different streamers. So we've all been able to pull from the communities that we're used to chatting with on a day-to-day basis, and we're all still chat mods, and so we still talk to all these people every day. So, and like the idea behind it, it's kind of like a more of a clubhouse than anything, I guess. I kind of envision a channel where it can be like, the French salons of old. People get together, discuss ideas, make other people's ideas better. Just be there for the practice. Like if someone wants to start, doing debates or whatever on their own, they can just jump on Async and see if they have a flair for it, or just get some practice hours in if they want. So
Did you, before I turn it over to Scott, did you want to touch in on weigh in on McTime's great question about the epistemic approach? Did you need him to re-ask it just in case you didn't hear it?
yeah, I didn't hear it. What question?
All right, Captain. Which is more important to you? Which do you prioritize? Proving yourself right or proving yourself wrong?
I guess I'd rather prove myself right, but there's more value in being proven wrong. So I don't know. That's like the two sides of my brain kind of fighting each other on that one. Because, I guess proving myself right through the use of proving myself wrong. Does that make sense? Did I split the difference on that one?
Well,
you want to fail to prove yourself.
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. Whenever I get time to speak, I want to give my answer too, but I'm let everybody else do their thing.
All right, I'll tell you what, let's go ahead and turn the floor to Scott. Let him chime in on your question here, and then you go ahead and respond. And then we're going to come back to Tavo and let him again direct the conversation since he is the guest speaker. And Tavo, I just want to say really quickly, you've stuck it out more than any other person who's been a guest. And I really appreciate your patience with the panel, patience with me as a host. I'm trying to do the best I can to keep everybody involved, and just so happy to have you here, brother. Go ahead.
Fascinating, illuminating conversation. I hope this is, looking at everybody on the panel, I hope this is the start of my conversation with a lot of you. I hope we talk again. A lot of you have had really fantastic insights, and I haven't paused long enough to say, oh, that's a good thought, that's a good thought, that's a good thought. But I would have said that multiple times. Same thing to all the people in the chat. Really great very insightful and yet very pleasant comments and questions. So.
I'm
Yeah, I have
very,
another question for you when we get back around to it. So yeah.
yeah, I'm very fortunate to have the be a part of the community that this channel is becoming. I've said it many times. It's not actually, I don't consider it to be my channel. I set it up to be basically a community, like an open access format, so where people can come bring their ideas, debate, just talk about anything that's relevant to them, and we can push back on each other's ideas respectfully to try to hopefully come to some common ground and realize that at the end of the day, we're all human beings. We're all brothers and sisters. There's no reason to consider ourselves enemies or even friends, but to consider ourselves just as part of one collective that's human, that's called humanity, and try to work together. Because as I said before, I've come to learn that I can live my best life helping my neighbor live their best life. And if we can help everybody understand that by opening this community up, and I'm very, very grateful because a lot of really smart people who are much smarter than myself, obviously, come here and can really offer a lot of value to the show that I just couldn't do by myself. So it's not for my doing.
Sounds a lot like my channel, and I'm having some success at it. So absolutely.
That's what it's all about.
We're all
going,
humanity,
man.
but Tavo is clearly an owl. So I just wanted to point that out. Like,
it's all right. Don't miss.
And we often say on this channel that dogs are the best people that we know. So we don't, we don't differentiate here. We're not, human exceptionalists. Okay, Scott, the floor is yours. And then actually my good friend Andy has stopped by as well. So Andy, after Scott gives his answer to the question, McTime is presented to the panel. If you haven't heard it yet, please do chime in. And then McTime, you can respond with your answer, and then we'll come back around to Tavo and see what direction he wants to go with. So it's great to see you here, Andy, as always. So Scott, go ahead and have the floor for
Andy.
All right. Yeah, really nice show today, man. I've just been sitting back and listening and enjoying it. Really good conversation. But as far as the question, I thought that was a good question, and it's one that a lot of people would want to fall into a dichotomy. For me, the goal is to discover whether I'm right or wrong, not prove that I'm right or wrong, right? So that would be the first thing I'd want to prioritize, is whether my view on a particular topic or whatever is right or wrong, right? But at the same time, science, like if you're going to approach it like a scientist, well, you want to try to disprove your hypothesis. But that's just it. You're not trying to prove yourself right or wrong. You're just trying to prove what is right or wrong. At least for me.
I disagree with that one.
Oh, cool. So
I'm just saying I disagree. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say that for me, anyways, I want to discover if I'm right or wrong, and I'm probably gonna be wrong every time. Most of the time, I am wrong. But for example, like my show yesterday, like I do a show, The Mirror Point, and we talk about philosophy of mind and things like that. And so yesterday I took the opposing position to really prove my position wrong. Like whatever, my position is non-dual idealism, but I'm trying to prove it wrong. Like I have a Substack, I publish Substack articles. I create all kinds of models that are in opposition to what I truly lean towards, just to make sure that I understand the opposite view, clearly, because I want to know if I'm right or wrong about something, right? And so I'll always explore that. And I think part of the skill set there is you just have to, like I think Bionic mentioned, you have to take your ego out of it and just pretty much, put yourself in the background, check your ego at the door, and then, take a look at the topic and try to figure out what is the truth about these things if you can, and you do your best, but go ahead.
I sub to Gretchen and Scott, by the way. I sub to your guys' channel, and just a reminder, people in the chat, don't forget to click the like button if you're here from my channel, please sub to this channel. I think this is like one of the best places to have real conversations.
Yeah,
I'm gonna do
Tavo,
that
I
as soon
think
as I get out
I've
here.
spoken to you on Mega Bloodbath before.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, your name is very, very familiar. So I think so.
Yeah. So. Okay, whose turn is it now?
I think Andrew was going to do an introduction.
Andrew's next. I didn't want to jump the gun.
Go ahead, Andrew the God. Are you there?
Hello. What is there a question I'm supposed to? I think I missed it.
McTime, do you want to restate the question?
All right. Well, I was gonna just restate everything for him. Andrew, when after I get to asking this question, please introduce yourself and tell us things about you. But the question is, which is more important? Which do you prioritize? Proving yourself right or proving yourself wrong?
Good question. Okay, so I'm Andy. I'm just like an enthusiast of ancient Near Eastern mythology and history. And I'm always looking for new informations from panels like this. So this is kind of a good opportunity, I think. As far as your question goes, who doesn't love being proven right? It feels great. But at the same time, it's a disease to try to be proven right. You know, to go on a mission of, where the mission is that you start with a conclusion and you look for evidence to support that conclusion. You're walking a dangerously thin line between finding the answers you're looking for and finding misinformation, because your brain is like a pattern recognition machine and will find those answers for you regardless of whether they're true or not. If you're looking for answers for something, or you're looking to validate a position that you have, and you look for those answers, you will find them. That's just how the human brain works. And so I think rather than trying to prove yourself right ever,
Bias.
exactly, that's exactly right. And so I think instead of trying to prove yourself right ever, you should just abandon that ideology altogether and just examine the evidence, like just collect resources of the subject that you're interested in. Don't listen to people's opinions, just catalog the information itself, take it in, absorb the data, and just allow yourself to reach a natural conclusion.
Curiosity.
I like the way Austin put it, like try to prove yourself wrong but fail to.
Yeah, that's a guaranteed method to find truth.
Is that Lon Chaney? Is that who that is? Your avatar, your face there, Andrew?
Oh, I don't know, honestly. I believe I just Googled like demon or something and Googled.
I think that may be Lon Chaney. I may be mistaken.
All right, so Mr. McTime, I think we're all ready to hear your answer to the question.
I mean, Andrew the guy beat me to the punch. Can I ask one? This is off topic question. Can I ask this towards I Am Batman 144?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you the Batman? Are you the Batman in chat always saying you killed God?
Wait, what?
Are you the Batman in chat that keeps saying that you killed God? Because I want to give you a piece of my mind if you are.
No. I mean,
all right.
Shot Darkseid in the chest.
Okay. For those who wonder,
are you the Batman from LA who's filing suit against the county for?
Wait, what?
You know who I'm talking about, Mr. Batman?
No,
No, Gretchen, allow me to stand up for I Am Batman 144 and say that he is in no way associated.
I've never heard the name before. That's all.
Well, for those who wonder, but he's not the guy anyway. But for those who wonder, I'm mad at that other Batman because he keeps saying he killed God, and I killed God first with my sword of disbelief. And I want to find him, and he that's my kill. But anyways, back to the discussion.
Number one no for an assassin is to take credit for somebody else's kill, for sure. Yeah.
Well, Austin,
Yeah.
I think you had a question for me earlier, Austin. So
I do, yeah. So
is OE are you back yet? Maybe I'll
Now,
chime
you
in.
guys, just really quick full disclosure, I'm actually really enjoying how you guys are just running this show without me here. I just found out that my wife, her father's in the hospital, and they may be moving him to ICU. So my wife is having kind of a rough day. So I thought I would just jump on some house chores just to kind of alleviate some of her mental load and physical load, and give her time to just kind of just focus on self-healing and stuff like that. So I appreciate you guys for just kind of carrying the show on here without me, but I'm absolutely listening and enjoying the show. So just keep doing what you're doing. Yeah.
Based husband. W's for OE in the chat.
Real
Okay,
men,
yeah.
real men do laundry. All right.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes,
Just
sir.
to not miss out,
Oh, yeah.
full disclosure, I'm not actually allowed to do the laundry. I'm allowed to fold laundry, but she doesn't want me actually touching the buttons. I don't know what the fuck, you know. I can fix the car, right? I can build boats, I can engineer things, but I can't apparently use my own goddamn washing machine. That's
Yeah, because you guys don't put too much of a premium on separating colors.
No, I think I freaked her out when my motto when I was single was everybody in the pool, and she's like, "Oh hell no."
So Tavo, my question is about oh sorry, were we not moving on? Go ahead.
Go ahead, Austin. I think we're ready.
I just was gonna finish it out. I believe as a strict even though I don't have no too much in science. I do own a lab coat though, because I saw Dr. Blitz, but as a strict follower of science, I believe that you should prove yourself wrong. Like Andrew the God said, only the truth survives scrutiny. In matters of fact finding and truth, your goal is neither to prove yourself right or wrong. Your goal is the truth. And I think the best way to do it is to prove yourself wrong, just like how science does it. You try to prove yourself wrong, your hypothesis wrong. And if you can't prove it wrong, you write a paper on it and you send it to the peer review process, and you let other people and other generations try to prove you wrong. And if they can't prove you wrong, then it becomes theory.
That's right.
Yeah. And the more likely your theory is to be right, the more uses people will find for it.
You know, the term truth, I think there's really something that I've come to learn. If I could just jump in here real quick, I hope I'm not cutting in.
Yeah.
Just really quickly, and this is something, you know, speaking of my wife, that this relationship, this 30-year marriage has helped me to understand, because there's a time most of my life where I've really been beholden to the quote unquote truth and seeing this as some objective thing that's out there. And my wife and I have had to, you know, work on our communication about things, right, to make a successful partnership. And something she helped me to understand, took a long time for me to accept, is that, you know, she talked about her truth. And I would respond by saying, what the fuck does that even mean? Your truth, right? That there can't be a your truth, my truth. There's only the truth. But it turns out that I was wrong, because the truth is relative to that which comports to reality. But we all experience reality subjectively, right? So there are objective things out there that we say are true, like the Earth. We talked about this earlier, right? The Earth's rotation around the sun. But all things are going to be relative to something else. And as we gain new information, even the scientific method doesn't say this is the truth. This is our best current explanation with the information that we have at hand, but we don't stop there. So we really can't epistemically say the truth even exists, right? It's all going to be relative, in my opinion.
Objective ethics. You know you lost that debate because she said she wasn't going to cook you no more dinner.
Well, there are some fresh baked cookies sitting on my table right now, so you obviously don't know what's going on around this house.
Okay, so Tavo, my question. So I know CTF is like a fairly complex argument, but to like kind of simplify it and boil it down into a couple of sentences, it's basically like comparing the different religions, and you're kind of using science, math, philosophy, logic to say, well, this religion looks like it could be the most likely. What is the CTF standpoint on things like old Earth versus young Earth, the flood of Noah, you know, creation versus evolution, things like that?
Yeah, you know, it's fascinating that you asked that. So there has been, particularly in the last 200 years, this really dramatic shift within Christianity to be a religion that is based on a really rigid adherence to doctrine and that didn't exist 2,000 years ago at the inception of Christianity. If you look around the time of the turn of the millennium, when Christianity was born, there were people like Philo of Alexandria who talked about how the Old Testament stories were not meant to be read literally, but were rather allegorical and told important messages. And that was sort of a widespread understanding. First Clement of Rome, again, Philo of Alexandria, the whole school of Alexandria, and then later thinkers like Augustine of Hippo and Thomas Aquinas, they all felt like a lot of the Old Testament stories were meant to be allegorical. And then what happened at the end of the 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century was rather interesting. There were these two brothers, Milton and Lyman Stewart, who poured about the equivalent of about 300 million US dollars into starting a bunch of churches that were built on fundamentalism. Now that culminated in, I want to say the year 1900 or the year 1910 with the Niagara Creed, which was a statement of biblical inerrancy. And that resulted in what is now referred to as the verbal and plenary inspiration school, which believes that every part and every word of the scripture is divinely inspired and has to be taken literally. So there is this idea of literalism. And then that expanded even further in 1979 with the Chicago Statement on Biblical Inerrancy. So I don't actually think that you have to take a lot of those Old Testament narratives literally to get the point. So in terms of like, I mean, so one of the things that I don't do in the CTF argument is I don't look at real hard physical and geological evidence, sometimes by design, because I feel like if there is an answer like that in the historical record, then it becomes sort of a moot point. But I personally don't, I'm not a young earth creationist, if that helps. I'd be happy to talk with you about
because the question is it's ultimately about scientific absurdity in the scriptures and how that factors into your CTF.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I did try to look at in CTF is to look at actual historical anachronisms as arguments against each theology. Like, for instance, in Islam, there are several things that are historically anachronistic. For instance, they talk about crucifixions happening in ancient Egypt. There were no crucifixions in ancient Egypt. They talked about the Samaritans being part of like the freedom of the Jews from slavery, and there were no Samaritans at that time. The Samaritan nation did not exist. I think Haman. There's a few more other anachronisms. The Book of Mormon is actually another interesting example. National Geographic Society and the Smithsonian Institute have both said that there's no what's called pneumatic. There was no coinage around at the time that the Book of Mormon is meant to be depicting. So there are many frank historical anachronisms. So I thought about using that as a criteria, and that may come up again in subsequent iterations. It's hard to do that across the board. In other words, for many religions that don't make specific historical claims, it's really harder to say that there's a standard of anachronism. But I think it'd be good to have that as one of the evaluative criteria of the CTF argument, and then to say maybe like, here's the religions that fail on what scholarship contends actually happened during their era. That'd be an interesting way to combine that with CTF. It's a good idea. It's a good evaluative criteria, and one that I should expand my analysis into.
Yeah, because you absolutely. I think that might actually affect some of the standings because every scripture, the Bible included, has verses that says things like, "Oh, you should treat leprosy by splattering the person with bird blood and saying a shamanistic chant 7 times," right? Like things like that. Scientific absurdities, and I think that would be a factor that makes sense to include in the CTF that you were describing.
I mean, that's a reasonable idea. I think one of the things about the passages that are relevant to that is there's a lot of discussion of humorism that is later contextualized as demonic influences, and that's later recontextualized in the early medical literature before we had a lot of knowledge about medicine back into the idea of humorism, that there are sort of these evil humors that exist in the body, and those are the things that cause disease. So humorism was a theory of where diseases came from in that time. So yeah, it's interesting.
My pushback on the CTF, I don't know if I left comments on your video, because I think that when I first was exposed to it, that you had said in that video that you've actually have new arguments and you're refining it. And so I don't know if I've looked at the revisions yet, but my first pushback would be on just looking at the effect of colonialization and empiricism and how that actually relates to, I think it was like 5 of your 6 or 7 bullet points, the way that I saw it laid out. The other thing that I was curious about is internal inconsistency. There's so many internal contradictions in not just P, not P contradictions, which there's a multitude of those throughout the scriptures, but there's also the internal theological evolution of what the religion even is. And there's so many claims made in the New Testament that just don't map on to First Temple or Second Temple Judaism or both. And so how do you just, harmonize all of those internal problems with the exegesis of the thing when you actually break it down?
Yeah, so this actually came out in a long conversation I had with Max Michaels, who's a really great atheist, and we chatted for a couple hours about this very topic. So the question is, should internal consistency be an evaluative criteria that we put into CTF? It's a great question. The problem is operationalizing it. In other words, if I say here are here's 2 ideas from each scripture, and they seem to contradict, but they're harmonized later, do you count that harmonization as a resolution? So in other words, do you count every apparent contradiction? Now, I would estimate that the Bible would not come in at the top of the list if you counted every apparent contradiction. There's also a lot more language that's critical of the Bible than that's critical of other works. In other words, the Kitab-i-Aqdas, the Guru Granth Sahib, those are not works that are widely criticized by as many people. So then you have the issue of so anyways, it's a good standard. It's a good criteria. I think if I could do it in a way where I could operationalize it across religions, it would be an interesting thing to do. And the real conundrum comes in, what do you do when there's a harmonization that exists? In other words, do you say, okay, because of that harmonization, there's no longer contradiction? Or do you look to how adequate that harmonization is? And then how do you quantify that, right? If I say there's a contradiction here, but it's harmonized later, but it's not a very good harmonization, how do I evaluate that in a way that creates a scoring system? So it's a good criteria. It's a good idea, very hard to operationalize. That doesn't mean that it won't show up in a future iteration, but it's a good question.
So let me ask you, do you treat harmonization as a hypothesis?
Do I treat harmonization as a hypothesis?
Yeah.
No. So the
passages appear to conflict, right?
What's that?
Suppose there's 2 passages in the Bible or something like that, right?
Yeah.
And they appear to conflict each other. There's a apparent contradiction or a tension.
Yeah.
And 3 possibilities. They generally contradict, they can be reconciled because maybe they describe different aspects of the same event, or they can be reconciled only by adding assumptions, like speculative assumptions, not what's actually in the text, but you add something to it. As a skeptic, I don't think that you should reject number 2, like the fact that, they can be reconciled, but neither should a skeptic really accept, any assumption, like number 3, like adding any speculative assumption without some sort of cost imposed on that, right? So
that's a good point. And I'm not saying that so there's 2 things. Number 1, it might be I incorporate something like that into CTF at some point in the future. Number 2, saying it's not part of CTF doesn't necessarily mean that it's not something that should be a consideration for someone. In other words, if you read the New Testament, you're like, I cannot reconcile this thing with this thing, right? Then I could see somebody saying that's a decision stopper for me. There's just no way to quantify that degree of nuance and with all the harmonizations. I just couldn't find a way to do it neatly. Now, I will say this. I tend to be sort of a big picture thinker about some of this stuff. So I think even though there are contradictions, I don't know that those contradictions really move the needle for me theologically in many regards. It kind of depends on which one you're talking about. But what I did do in one of my videos is I looked at all the things that Jesus said, and I developed about 11 different evaluative criteria. Some of those were favorability criteria. Some of those were sort of anti-criteria. And the point of all those criteria was to say, is it more likely or less likely that those things that were said were authentic? In other words, if something shows up as a lesson from multiple different aphorisms, then that makes it more likely that Jesus actually said something. So sometimes when people say, like, well, what about this thing that Jesus said? I say, well, do you actually believe that Jesus said that? Because there's probably other statements that Jesus made that you don't believe he actually said, right? So I do think you have to have a degree of nuance in saying Jesus likely said this. This is something that he less likely said. This was maybe a later interpolation. But for overall, I tend to be a big picture Christian. As a scholar, I think there are degrees to which you have to parse out. This is something that Jesus said more likely, and this is something that Jesus said less likely.
Did you include
have,
just
if I
just out
may.
of curiosity for your database of sets for your database? Did you include like apocryphal texts as well, or did you just take the four gospels, or what data set did you use to determine what Jesus may or may not have even said?
So again, this is not part of CTF, but in my video where I talk about what Jesus said, I basically look at is it present in multiple streams? Is it present in multiple different contexts? Is it present in multiple different aphorisms? So those are some of the criteria. But again, this is not part of CTF. I will say that if in CTF, from that perspective, I did look at every theology in terms of its own canon. So in other words, if a set of works by any theology is not canonical, then I wouldn't consider that in CTF specifically.
When speaking to contradictions, what didn't make much sense to me is that the idea that we can't determine, basically, if definitively, it seems you were suggesting, whether or not these are actual contradictions or not. It seems that seemed to be what you were suggesting. But wouldn't, correct me if I'm wrong, but wouldn't the idea that there is a reconciling, you can reconcile these two texts within the context, the brother was stating, can't add anything new, within the context of the writings, it is reconcilable. There are three ways you can reconcile it even. Wouldn't that mean definitively that there's no contradiction? There's no negation of Q or P.
Yeah, so
right?
if that was directed to me, since I'm the one that brought contradiction, I actually.
Well, no, that was directed to Tavo because he seemed to be
sorry.
suggesting that there isn't we can't sort of come to any determination that the contradiction does not exist. But wouldn't
I'm not evaluating. I'm not like I tend to be, particularly from a scholarly lens, kind of a big picture Christian. So in other words, if I think if Jesus says one thing in one context, so it's harder to reconcile, I don't know that I'm compelled to deal with that statement if I don't think it was really authentic. Now,
well, let's say.
Having said that, this is again not part of CTF. This is just kind of my own theological lens for looking at the texts. Now that doesn't necessarily mean that those. Oh, go ahead.
Well, let's say for example.
No, finish the thought. Finish the thought.
Finish that thought. You want to finish your thought?
Real quick, I'm gonna jump down. I'm gonna go get something to eat. I'm starving. Thanks everybody for having me. It was nice talking to all of y'all.
Nice to see you, Austin. Is that you in the picture?
Be sure to check out Scientific Origins. You'll find the link to the brother's channel in the description of this video and all the videos I do. It's under my favorite science communicators.
That's me from my.
Let's talk some more, Austin. You were fantastic to chat with. I hope we talk again.
Later,
this is my picture. This is me from my mixed martial arts days.
Wow.
Yeah.
My brother beat up Michael Dudikoff.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, we'll talk some other time.
All right. Good talking to you. Peace out, y'all.
All right. Bye.
Well, Doctor, I know this isn't part of your studies, but if anyone wants to answer to this, because this has been bugging me for years, why the skeptic will never consider these not to be contradictions once we show them that these two texts are reconcilable. One was writing about a different time. One was writing about a different part of the story. And we can show that in the text. And we can say, hey, for instance, the death of Judas. This occurred after Judas died. And that we can come up with, possible solutions. And but there are texts where you can reconcile the two events and say, these are, there's not even chronicle the same event. This is Act Scene 1, and this is Act Scene 2, or Act 1, Scene 2. So there is a reconcilable answer, but then we still get, well, this is still a contradiction, which violates logic. Logic says if P or Q has to be negated. If neither of them are negated, if both can be true, then there's no contradiction.
I
Yeah,
think
we're gonna do
One
we're actually gonna
quick
do.
thought. Can I get
Hold
one?
on, hold on. Just have some housekeeping here. We're actually going to be doing an entire show on Bible contradictions. I believe that's next week. If next week is the first Sunday of the month, where Johnny B and I usually do failed biblical prophecies in that series, next week we're actually going to be doing contradictions specifically. So that might be a great time, Jill, for you to come with these questions and see if you can reconcile some of these contradictions and get into that. It's not that I don't want to have that conversation now, but I think there's a lot of things we could talk about. And since we're literally going to do a whole show about it next week, let's put this on the back burner until then. And then I'll invite you personally right now to come and to be part of that open panel. As you're always welcome here, because I think you're very polite, even though I think you're fundamentally mistaken about a lot of things, but I do find you to be a polite interlocutor whenever you come to my channel anyway.
Well, I certainly wouldn't waste your time trying to debunk so-called contradictions that have been debunked 20, 30 years ago, all of them. There's no contradictions in the Bible.
Well,
But
you're
my
welcome.
question
You're
is
welcome
simple.
to come, yeah, you're welcome to come back and address that. Yeah,
But-
next week that'll be the perfect.
Yeah, but
time.
next week. But my question is, it's fundamentally, if there is, after we've reconciled, after we've gone through next week, we've gone through all of your contradictions, let's say 5 of them. I've shown you that that you can reconcile the two, and the two actually complement. And I've shown that from the text.
Well,
Wouldn't that then, at that point, wouldn't you have to say, well, this is no longer a contradiction?
Yeah, let's let
Let me
Logically
point out one quick
speaking,
thing.
I think the time's been waiting a while, so go ahead.
I just want to point out one quick thing. I don't want to interrupt y'all conversation, but just one quick thing. These books are written in linear process. Now, what the logic and reasoning that Jill is mentioning, it may be acceptable for like the New Testament or inside the Old Testament, even the Book of Mormon, but not going in between the books, because the Old Testament was written first, then the New Testament. The people could just play along, man. So they know what's written down in the book. They can just do it like they run, like they acting a play out. And one more thing, Jill, you impressed me with
No,
your
we're not talking about
answer.
prophecy. We're not talking about prophecy. We're talking about contradictions, like the Old Testament.
That's what I'm talking about, the
itself,
contradictions. I'm
the
not
New
talking about
Testament.
prophecies. I'm talking about contradictions.
He's talking
If
about
they see the contradictions
reconciliation.
in a prior book, they can fix them in the if they see in the prior book, they can fix them in the subsequent books. Easy, easy peasy.
No.
I mean,
Well, let me
these authors are
all
all
that stuff was written at the same time. Was all
they're
that stuff written at the
independent
same
authors.
time?
It's not.
Well,
well,
let me offer a little bit of a reconciling viewpoint, because I hear what you all are saying. I think there are some contradictions that are pointed out as contradictions that are fairly easy to resolve, and those resolutions become trivial. Okay. I think there are some contradictions that are harder to resolve. I'm not saying it's impossible. No, some people prefer the term differences rather than contradictions, and I think that's a finer point. I will say this: when I was dealing with a lot of these contradictions, I did something just for fun that you all might find interesting. Maybe the biggest day of my life, maybe the most important day of my life, was when I finished graduate school and became a physician, right? So, I had a roommate then, right? And I had a couple of good friends, and this was about 20 or 30 years ago. So I asked them all, I said, what did we do on that day? Was it a Friday or Saturday? What building was our graduation in? What did we do afterwards? Who came over to our party at the house afterwards? And so I did this with a couple of friends of mine, and we all had very, very different answers. Now, this is the most important day of my life. Does that mean that I can't recall some of the details? Here's a better question. Does that mean I'm not really a doctor if there are some details that don't line up with other people who were there? I think the answer is no, right? We just remember things a little bit differently. So rather than kind of chasing the rabbit of like trying to figure out every reconciliation of every supposed contradiction, and then working on every counter argument for those reconciliations, and then working on all the responses to those counter arguments, I just kind of like got to the point where I said, I don't know that this is a useful expenditure of my time. In other words, if I'm okay with there being some differences in some of the accounts, if I get to a point where I'm okay with that, isn't that sort of enough? So I don't know if that really helps anyone's perspective, but hopefully it does.
It really don't.
Yeah, it does. They're called different. They're downgraded. They should be downgraded to differences, because that's
nobody
exactly what
nobody
they
would
are.
say you don't
Not-
remember what building you
not-
graduated from, and therefore you're not really a doctor. Like nobody would say that to me now. I guess that's my point. Does that destroy the core of the narrative?
No, but we're not saying that shit you fought. Like, all right, Jesus said he didn't come to abolish the law. Paul said he abolished the law. That's a very big cut. Should you follow the law or not? And then you got to keep in mind that, all right, let's talk about that donkey and Jesus, and we're going to prosecute the case of Jesus and the donkey theft. It looks like to me in the book of Matthew, he sent 2 disciples, one on the lookout and the other one to steal his damn donkey. Then he gave him a passphrase telling the Lord had need of it so the people can think that it was the landlord that wanted the donkey. Then as the story progressed, the next book seeing what the areas that he kind of fixed, Luke put bystanders around. So that way it don't look like an outright theft. By the time it got to John, Jesus found the damn donkey. And I really don't care. It's all silly to me. It's all nonsense, but I don't care. But this, do you believe you're going to spend an eternity in hell? Are you willing to gamble your whole eternity on this shit?
Well,
That's
well,
what
I mean,
that's what I'm wondering.
here's my point. I mean, I've always made it really clear that I think a very neutral scholarly reading of the relevant New Testament scriptures doesn't support eternal conscious torment in hell, personally. But I don't
Okay,
know.
so you don't believe in that.
I don't believe in eternal
that.
conscious torment and hell. I think annihilationism is probably a better. There's 3 different reconciliations: eternal conscious torment, which I don't believe in; universalism, which I think is really beautiful. I'm not sure if I'm kind of agnostic about that. And then annihilationism, where your soul just kind of gets eliminated. But I don't think I don't think you die and then Jesus says, "How many people were on the donkey with me? Who took the donkey? Where do we take it?" Like I don't think it's that. I don't think it's that granular about what your knowledge.
Yeah, but I mean, like, what about the
That's kind
tomb?
of your
What about
motivation.
Mary
Your
Magdalene?
motivation.
Go ahead, Scott.
Like, there's the Gospel of Matthew, then there's the Gospel of Mark, Luke, and John that talk about, Mary Magdalene and the other Mary go to the tomb. Then there's an earthquake, and there's an angelic descent at the tomb. That's in Matthew. Then Mark, it's Mary Magdalene, Mary mother of James, and Salome go, and then they find the stone had already rolled away. A young man inside the tomb. And then Gospel of Luke says, there's just broadly like women, I guess, and you find 2 men inside the tomb. And then in John, you find Mary Magdalene alone when she initially goes, sees the stone removed, and runs back and tells people.
I think.
How do you harmonize all that?
I think
John doesn't say that.
Robin, just to answer your question, Odin did leave. And Objective, I probably got to go soon as well because Jackie was kind enough to bring me some lunch, and I just didn't want to spend a little time with Jackie.
No, that is wonderful. So what I usually do is let me go ahead, because I actually do need to attend to my own family as well. So what I'm going to do is
Could I ask one question? Could I ask one question of Tavo before he leaves?
Sure. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can wait if you were going to say something.
This would be the time for it, Andy. Go ahead.
Yeah.
I was just wondering how big of a factor does the dating of the Gospels come into your search here, and what way do you lean with the dating if it does?
That's a really good question. And by the way, if I don't answer any of your questions, you're always welcome to I live stream every Monday at 5 p.m. PST. You're always welcome to come to the channel. I hope some people will sub to the channel. I hope you'll stop by. I think my biggest contribution to this whole discussion is the CTF argument. I hope you check that out. In terms of the gospel dating, I'm okay with moving things around 5 or 10 years. I think Jesus probably predicted the destruction of the temple. And that's kind of the benchmark for moving Mark past the year 70. Even Bart Ehrman is sort of softened in his perspective of that. Now, if you're talking about really moving the data in the Gospels, there are some people who want to move them into the 3rd century. I think that's kind of a fringe theory. I don't think that's very well evidenced. I think there were probably some early stories around in terms of were there earlier Gospels, was there a Q source? That's another. So in other words, I'll allow for some flexibility in the dating of the Gospels. I don't think that degree of flexibility is that theologically moving to me. But the people who are really fringe theorists who say, no, you got to move the Gospels all the way to the 3rd century, I think that's where it becomes pretty dubious. Listen, almost every neutral scholar will agree that there was an early proclamation of the resurrection. Most of them date that proclamation to within 1 to 2 years. Most, but not all of them. So in other words, within 1 to 2 years, there was at least a group of people who believed that Jesus had resurrected. So that is kind of a more compelling data point.
1 to 2 years after what?
The death of Jesus.
Right. Why would they think that? I mean, what kind of evidence could we possibly have to reach that conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, there's Ronald Stark did a lot of analysis from sociological evidence about the rapid expansion of early Christianity. We know that Paul joined the movement in probably around the year 40, right? So there was probably a nucleus of a movement that lasted between somewhere around 33, 35 CE to about 40 CE. That movement must have attracted at least a few hundred people. There was a Hebrew professor at Hebrew University in Israel who wrote a big paper about how there was some miscibility. So some of the early Jews were part of the early Christian community, or the proto-Christian community, maybe I could say. And that puts the whole transition to before the year 100 CE. So we have some benchmarks of where some of these numbers belong and how far they can be moved and how much flexibility there is. But there are about 14, maybe a dozen or so different pre-Pauline passages in the New Testament. These are passages that predate Paul. For instance, when Jesus speaks in Aramaic, people think that usually indicates an earlier, perhaps contemporaneous piece of evidence. So there are a lot of different, I think Philippians 6:11 is another pre-Pauline passage. So there are a bunch of different passages that predate Paul that mean those passages probably came around before Paul was, was part of the movement.
If I could just interject a bit of housekeeping here really quick, since you did make it clear that, and I do want you to be able to get your sustenance and be respectful of Jackie for her hard work and courtesy of bringing that to you, not to feel.
Jackie's really great, by the way. We did a video together, so I hope you all will check that out. That's on my channel as well. It's fairly recent.
So what I would like to do is normally I give everybody a final word to speak uninterrupted, just because the way these conversations kind of go, I just want to make sure everybody has a chance to feel heard and respected. So Tavo, normally I let the guests go last, but since you clearly have something to do, I'll turn the floor over to you first. And then we're just going to work our way around the room, give everybody a final thought, and make sure they can plug their content, talk about whatever they want, try to keep it within, 5 minutes or less, preferably like 2 to 3 minutes at the most. But Tavo, you've got as much time as you need as the guest today. So I'll start with you, and then we're going to work our way around the room and do closing thoughts, if that's okay with everybody.
Hey, can I just say something real quick? Hey, Tavo, can you, the post in the side chat, can you post your email address? So I can send you those papers.
It's on my channel too.
It's on your channel? Oh, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
But I'll put it in the chat, yeah.
Okay, cool. I got to. All right, thanks.
Okay, so here we go, Tavo. The floor is yours, and thank you so much for stopping by today, brother.
Man, OE, your channel has grown tremendously, and you're I think our last conversation was really great, but I think this conversation maybe even surpasses it a little bit. I guess the most important thing I want to say is I'm really glad to be a part of this community. And maybe the most important thing I want to say is prayers to you and your family and your wife and her family and her dad. So yeah, I hope everything turns out okay. You will definitely be in my prayers and thoughts, and I'm really grateful for you having me on. I'm grateful for this conversation. I would really love it if some people like subbed to my channel, because this is sort of the start of a conversation in my mind. I'm always happy to engage with a lot of these arguments. So I hope you all will pop over to my channel and check out some of the content. If you do that, the most important content that you could possibly check out is the CTF argument, which is my most popular video. So if you just look at my most popular video, that's the best video to check out. It's got about 4,000 views. I'm always happy to have more conversations with anyone. I do live stream every Monday, 5 p.m. PST, Pacific Standard Time. And I'm also going to be on Tuesday on day 3, which is a really great channel. So, but I hope this is the start of not only a conversation, but also the start of a lot of friendships. I used to say this a lot on my channel. I haven't said a lot recently, but I think the most important thing that can come out of any appearance I have, any video that I make, is that, people will build relationships. I think that's maybe even a more important goal than me particularly, trying to spread any theological message. I think if you all have more relationships with each other and hopefully with me, then I think that's the most important thing that can happen. My best argument, again, is the CTF video. but I'd love to have more conversations about some of the things we've touched on. We started the conversation on a discussion of subjective versus objective morality, so I feel like I do want to come back to that. And I think I was left with a more nuanced understanding of some of the arguments. But I think the problem that we had is there's really no way to make a moral statement that is objectively morally true in all circumstances. That to me suggests that morality may be subjective. But on the other hand, we know that moral thought seems to scale up with the intelligence of any species, including the species that we see around ourselves. Now, if our intelligence can be scaled up much greater than where we are at, that suggests that a more intelligent being would have more moral insight. I think that's an insight that gets lost in the conversation, and I think it's an important one. Well, I'm going to leave now, but I hope you all have a really wonderful conversation. I hope you keep talking. I hope you all have a conversation with each other that's really wonderful. And I've subbed to many of your channels already. Some of you have offered to send me emails. That'd be really wonderful as well. I've had a really wonderful time beyond anything I could even summarize in these last couple of moments. But thanks. Oh, and thank you, Robin, for sharing my channel. It's just at TavoSanAbri. So if you look for me on YouTube, or if you just type TavoSanAbri on Google, that'll bring you up to my channel. So I appreciate that, Robin. Robin, you've got a great channel also. And if you ever want me on any of your videos, Robin, I would really, really love that. So yeah, thanks all of you. I hope you all have a really wonderful day. Thanks so much for having me on.
Such an honor to have you here, brother. Just like last time, such a pleasure, and really grateful for Tavo stopping by. We got a Robin killing it in the chat as always, moderating and getting links put up there. She's so good about that, and really gracious to help people get exposed with their own content, the networking that we're trying to do here. So I'm really thankful for Robin's efforts here. Check out Tavo's channel. Check out Robin's channel. Both of these are content creators that I support. I'm sub to both Robin's channel and Tavo's channel, and I encourage you guys to all do the same thing. Just really quick in response to what Tavo said, I think that the issue that we may have run into there is understanding that there can in fact be two immoral actions. So we never really got a chance to discuss moral gravity, right? To weigh between two options and decide, is one more morally efficacious than the other one? So it's possible that two actions are both morally wrong. One is wrong, but they can't both morally be justified because of the law of non-contradiction. So I would like to explore that a little bit more with Tavo, because that would address specifically like his last comment that he made there, as far as, do these moral things change depending on your perspective? Well, two things can both be wrong. So for example, stealing is wrong objectively, in my opinion. It's a true moral fact that stealing is wrong. However, if a mother steals bread to feed her children, is that wrong? Right? I would say yes, that's actually still wrong because it's stealing. However, it's more morally wrong to starve a family than it is to steal bread, right? Both can both be wrong, but both cannot be right. One can be wrong, or they can both be wrong, but both cannot be right. So we could say, yeah, both are wrong. It's wrong to starve a family. It's wrong to steal bread, but it's more wrong to starve the family, is how I would address that. So who's next on the chopping block? I think it would be I Am Batman. It was such a pleasure to have you up here, brother. Our first time, I think, speaking, and I just really enjoyed your contribution to the show today. So why don't you have the floor? Tell people where to find you, if there is a place, or any final thoughts you might have.
Can I go last? I'm actually trying to find the documents to send to what's his name? I'm sorry.
Absolutely, Jill. You're up next. I know you're never at a shortage of words, so you're, and I mean that as a compliment. I mean that as a compliment here. So, Jill, why don't you have the floor, brother?
Yeah, of course you did. OE. Yeah, thanks for having me again. Let me see what I want to say. There's so many things here that I didn't touch on or get a chance to, but the panel was so expansive this time. So, well, I just wanted to say it was a lot of fun, and can't wait until the next show, because that's one of my favorite topics: contradictions in the Bible. And what else? Oh, Dr. Tavo, I just subscribed to your channel, so I'll be checking out your videos. And thanks for having me on, Oli. I'll see you guys next time. God bless you.
Absolutely, Jill. You're always welcome here, and until you crash out or something, which I don't think is going to happen. You've been on your best behavior on this channel, and I'm very grateful for that, because I do like to get a mixture of different people's perspectives. We've had a lot of Christians. In fact, at one point, the panel was either dead even or maybe even tilted more theists than atheist agnostics, which was kind of unusual, because I do have a lot of skeptics that follow my channel, but I do have a very diverse community, and this really showed today. And I just tip my hat to all of you, because the conversations were very civil, and we touched on some things that get pretty emotional. We talked about transgender rights. We also talked about abortion. Those two topics tend to get really heated really fast. I was really impressed with the way everybody kept their composure. So I'm really thankful, Jill, you were part of that. McTime, brother, such an honor to have you here for the first time today. You're always welcome. Your question got the conversation really rolling. That was just so great how you added so much content, so much value to the show. Thank you.
Well, I guess it's kids, keep it simple, stupid, because I'm not smart enough to keep up with you guys. But I like to send a shout out to Jill. He impressed me with his answer. I can't promise him any agreement, but he has my ear. As far as me, I'm McTime. You can call me McMahon. I don't let religion play me like Pac-Man. And I like to point out that Tavo and basically, from what, even though he said he didn't believe in hell, he is saying a whole lot of likelies and a whole lot of probabilities with the curtain of eternity hanging over his head. I don't believe in such things, so I don't really care, and I just trying to figure out what motivates these people. Because if you are using things that has possible contradictions, and you got to use reconciliation from things from another time or a time later down the road, it look like people just can read a book and write a play, like they play it out like they in a play or something. But thank you very much, OE. Peace. And Async, what you think?
That was good stuff at times. Always good to have you, brother. I really enjoy our conversations we've had in the chat. We're a couple of old schoolers, so we have some inside jokes. A lot of people won't even understand what we're talking about, but I really like the way that brother rolls. And I met him on Gretchen's channel, who's going to be up next year, you guys. I really want to encourage everybody, please check out Async Network. They're doing such a good job, and they are killing it out there, growing that channel so fast. And there's a reason for it, because they are hosting open discussions. You got two very intellectually honest and very intelligent people co-hosting that. Gretchen's one of them. DJ Arpy is the other one. And they have a list of guests that come up on their panels, like Nobody on Fire, UG. I mean, there's just so many people. Mallard, I think, is a really smart kid. So there's a lot of really intelligent people that are a part of that, and very entertaining. You get J Money up there and stuff like that. So you guys are doing such a good job with your channel.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah, and in fact, when I was kicking around the idea of starting a channel, one of the very first people I talked to about it was McTime, actually. Because I started by talking to people who were on a lot of the different channels that I, normally hang out in, and I wanted to know where the gaps were in the things that people wanted from the different channels. I mean, obviously there's no shortage of debate content, but I just wanted to know what other people thought, what other people wanted, and I just started, collecting, making a list of all the things that people wanted to see or wanted to be able to do, and McTime was one of the first two people I ever talked to. It was him and Ray Spike, also from Async. And after I was done talking with them, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna do this. So McTime, you could consider a big inspiration for the channel. So thank you for that, McTime. That's what Async thinks. He's trying to sell me on the Async what you think slogan. So
Oh, is that what that's all about? It's got a ring to it.
Yeah. That's what that's about. So
You've got a
but
really a gift when it comes to songwriting, so maybe you might be able to work that into something. Actually,
the lyric writing. So I've made songs for M's and I did one for Justin at Deconstruction Zone. Apparently they don't want to use these songs for anything. I mean, I was hoping they would, but I guess not. So, you know, it's just it's a fun thing, you know. And some of my favorite arguments, some of my least favorite arguments are making their way into songs, you know. So, I'm having fun with it. So, I don't love the idea that I have to use AI to make the songs because I have zero musical talent. The only thing I'm good for is actually the lyrics. So, but
well, I really appreciate you
I don't
stopping by.
know.
You do have a gift as a lyricist. You know, I might make one suggestion. There's a young lady that Deconverted Man introduced me to. She goes by Nasreen, and they actually have a band, like a real band. They got a guitarist, a bassist, and a drummer, and then of course the singer. And she's amazing. They're all really good. And when I was promoting at the I've been involved, as a lot of people know, in the Ark Encounter protest. I don't consider myself to be a political activist, but I actually am really supporting this protest because I feel strongly about it. And I asked Converted Man, he had written a song that I play at the end of all my streams. He's actually sent me a few songs. Some of them I cannot play or will not play online because they're kind of embarrassing. It's just, he's got some lyrics in there that I just don't want to be putting out there. And he did the same thing with Robin too. Apparently, sent her a couple of racing songs.
I heard the Hollowed Out Ark song.
Yes. Yeah, she did that in like a half an hour. I asked Deconverted Man like 2 days before the protest, the what do you call it? The nonprofit, the fundraiser show, right? I said, hey, Deconverted Man, I know this is really short notice. Is there any way you'd be interested in like putting together a song for this this nonprofit, this fundraiser show we're gonna do? And like a half hour later, he sends me a link to this Nasreen, and she had actually made the song, written the lyrics, and made the song all in like maybe not a half an hour, but like within like 2 to 3 hours or something like that. I was so impressed. It came together so well. So yeah, you might want to, I've got a link to her channel. I try to remember to include her because she's one of the people that I'm really glad that I've come across. And maybe the two of you could do some networking together because they do have a real band and she's very creative.
Yeah, maybe so.
Check out the link. It's in the description of this video for sure. It's Nazarene, and she seems like a really neat lady. So maybe I'm hoping to maybe even have her on here as a guest speaker sometime because she has quite the deconversion story as well. Deconstruction story, I should call it. But at any rate, Gretchen, so good to see you. And I'm really glad you stopped by. So
you too, OE.
It's always good to see you. And I appreciate you guys, y'all letting me up on your panels, and you've been very gracious to let me promote my own channel and our projects that I'm involved in. That's really nice of you, and I appreciate that so much.
Anytime.
All right, Scott, brother, you are up next, and we're gonna, let people who you are, what you're into, and if you have any final thoughts, and then we're gonna move to Andy, and then hopefully I Am Batman. Yeah, I think that's the last of it. There, we'll be able to get to that, brother, and then we'll shut it down.
All right. Well, yeah, hoping the best for your wife and your father-in-law, man. That's pretty bad news, man, to hear, but we go through that from time to time. And I have as well, actually. But wishing you the best. But yeah, the show was really great. I did subscribe to Tavo and looking into I want to look into his most popular video in order to learn more about, I guess, his analysis and everything through religions and stuff. That'll be very interesting. But yeah, if you guys are interested, anybody out there interested to learn or talk about, share ideas about philosophy of mind, things like that, come to my channel, The Mirror Point. We have a real good time. We're growing every day. We have a really good time. And we talk about a lot of stuff like we do here, like with objective, subjective morality and free will and stuff like that. It's really interesting stuff as well. So yeah, just kudos, man. Enjoyed what everyone had to say. I really loved Mick Time too. Really interesting guy, man. But yeah, that's it. Love you guys.
Thank you for being a part of it, Scott. You always bring a lot of value to the show. I find you to be really intelligent. You've got some really interesting views. I don't necessarily agree fundamentally with some of them, but I always enjoy talking to you about those things because you're a deep thinker. And I think there's some value in considering some of the ideas, such as non-dualism, for example, and being I guess you could almost call me a secular Buddhist. I think that there's some really cool benefits that can come from at least perceiving us as all being connected, right? Part of one singular essence. And so I think if people applied that to their lives, they'd be a lot less bigotry out there, a lot less judgment, and a lot less impatience and things of that nature. So for whatever it's worth, I don't know, when we make truth claims, the utility in the claim, I don't know if it's fair to consider that or not, but I don't think we should just discount utility in anything in life, right? If it's useful, maybe there's a reason we should at least consider it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
All right, Andy, you are up next. And Andy, Robin was asking for your link so she could put it up there for everybody. And I don't think you have a channel at this point, do you?
No, I don't make content. I was thinking about creating a channel for like ancient Near Eastern history because I've noticed that there's a lot of gaps in like YouTube videos for certain gods. I was hoping maybe that I could fill that if anyone's interested. That's something I'm probably going to be gravitating towards soon. But as far as today goes, I'm kind of bummed out. Wasn't able to come up until late. The conversation seemed really interesting. I'm gonna have to look into Tavo's CTF argument. That sounds pretty cool. I'm also pretty excited about, you said next Sunday it is that you're going to be discussing contradictions in the Bible?
So is next Sunday the first Sunday of the month? I should look at my calendar. If it is, then that's the show we're doing. So usually on the first Sunday of every month, I do a show with my co-host, who's been here since the beginning, Johnny B. He goes by Johnny B Animations, I think, on TikTok. He has his own channel. I plug a link to his channel now that he's putting out content on YouTube. And he and I have a series that we started about failed prophecies because Jesus fulfilled exactly 0 messianic prophecies from the Old Testament. So we go through all those prophecies and debunk those claims that they were actually fulfilled messianic prophecies. Well, we started adding to the content by doing contradictions in the Bible. So that's what we're going to do next Sunday, is going over contradictions. I'll be addressing contradictions in the Old Testament. He's going to tackle the New Testament. So I'm really looking forward to having some theists come by and see if they can harmonize some of these P not P's that are clearly there. So yeah, it'll be a fun show.
Maybe I could add another element to that and do contradictions from the New Testament that contradict the Old Testament.
Yeah, you'd be welcome, actually. That would be a lot of fun. In fact, why don't you, I think you and I have either Discord or email, because you and I did a show together. I do have you on email too, don't I?
Yes, you do. Mean if it's going to be an open panel or something, you guys do your thing or whatever. But if the panel opens up, I have a lot to contribute to that conversation. And I would imagine me and Jill are going to have a pretty powerful back and forth there.
Probably. And I'm hoping that Jill's going to reach out to some of his other apologetic friends and any other theist that wants to be a part of the show. It's definitely, we're going to be respectful of each other, but yeah, I would love to get into some of that stuff with some theists as opposed to just presenting the arguments. But I'm going to get a hold of you on email and see if you do want to be part of the actual panel, so we can get the arguments laid out uninterrupted. And then we can open up the panel and let people try to, offer their pushback. But I'll touch base with you on email.
All right. Sounds good. Take it easy, Daniel.
Always good to have you here, brother. Really enjoyed the show that we did together. I think it was like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I can't remember. It wasn't that long ago, but that was a great show. I believe the title of that one was Yahweh, the Storm God Gets a Promotion. And Andy is a really smart guy, really knows his ancient Near East history and the development of how, this belief that became Christianity, or Christianity is such a crazy term because so many people have different ideas of what Christianity even is. Christians cannot agree with other Christians of who the true Christian is. In fact, there's a joke, kind of tongue in cheek, in the skeptic community. There's a fallacy known as the no true Scotsman fallacy. And we've dubbed that to mean the no true Christian fallacy because that's how crazy it is, the infighting. But that's a conversation for another time. I am Batman. Are you ready by chance to give your closing remarks?
Yes, sir. Thank you for saving the best for last.
Absolutely. Best looking. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you for hosting the show. I've actually been subscribed to you for quite some time. What I normally do is that I'll subscribe to a channel that's recommended to me, and I'll listen to it for, quite some time to, see if there's anything interesting, see the mood of the channel, before I decide to interact. And so I think you have a very good thing going on just in general, if I'm being honest. So shout out to you. I am a theist. I do sometimes engage in conversations that having to deal with contradictions in the Bible. I don't. That's not necessarily my main focus. A lot of my focus recently has been just like writing, and discussing a lot of stuff in the church in terms of Christian behavior and doctrines that influence a lot of the behaviors that we witness today in our society, that I'd argue to some extent is detrimental to society and to people's walk with Christ. But I also absolutely love philosophy. I've been in this community for probably more than a decade, um, and people have been asking me for more than a decade to start a channel. I think I might just bite the bullet and start a channel, and to, kind of host discussions like these. Um, One of the main reasons why I never really started a channel was, a lot of these discussions get out of hand, but it seemed as if the quality of interlocutors have definitely gotten better, and so that's very motivating. So thank you for hosting. Thank you for having me. I'll pray for your family. For everything to go well for them. So yeah, that's all I have to say.
Well, I appreciate the kind words. I really do. It's quite shocking, to be honest with you, just how quickly my own channel has grown. I had no intentions of being over 50 subscribers at the most, and I think I haven't looked recently, but I think I'm over 300 at this point already. And I really only do one video a week for the most part because of my work schedule, and my personal life keeps me very busy, and I just don't have time to put out content. And if you're not putting out a lot of content regularly, it's really hard to grow. In fact, the only reason this channel is growing like it is because of the networking. People are sharing the videos, telling other people to subscribe. There's been people who've been very generous, like Async Network, letting me come up on their panel and promote my own content. They've also pushed my content, and that's just one example. So I'm really, really grateful. And I'll be honest with you, brother, that the success of this channel, as far as I'm concerned, is the fact that somebody like yourself or somebody like Jill comes by and feels like they are welcome to come here and mix it up. Because the whole point of the channel, if you probably heard me say this, but you just say it anyway, is for people to come together with different ideas, to show that we can be respectful of each other at the end of the day and appreciate the common humanity that we share with each other. Because I think diversity is actually very important. I think diversity not only helps us to sharpen our own arguments, but it helps us to see a different perspective that taps kind of into what McTime was talking about earlier. Is it better to be right or wrong, per se? And without a counterpoint of view, we have no way of gauging anything, right? There's something that I call collective ignorance. And if you're just part of a herd mentality, you have no way to realize, is this herd running us off of a cliff collectively, or are we grounded in something that's going to be sustainable? So because of all that, I think being really important, when I see atheists and theists, when I see people who are what I would consider to be science deniers and young earth creationists coming together with somebody like where Austin Sims comes and talks about evolution from a scientific background and stuff, when all these different ideas are coming together, that tells me that what we're doing here as a community is successful. And I appreciate you being a part of that.
Yeah, man. Rock on. Thanks you. Take care.
Okay, I'm just going to just a couple quick closing remarks. Tavo and I talked about subjective versus objective morality. I think there was a little bit of talking past each other, because I think that some of the arguments that he was using to reject the concept of what I was presenting as objective morality actually argues for objective morality. The fact that he was saying, well, it seems like you've come to this conclusion by using reason. And that's exactly right. That's actually an argument that most objective moral models are built on, is reason. So, but for Tavo, that was giving him the indication that morality would be subjective using reason. And I don't think that follows logically, but we didn't really get into the whole, really flesh it all out. And I will say that the conversation around objective versus subjective morality, that debate's going to be happening forever, because there's nothing that we can look at outside of ourselves and our arguments to really point one way or the other. I think where Tavo and I would agree and have common ground is that at the end of the day, what matters most is how are you treating people and how are you treating yourself, right? And I think that Tavo and I don't feel like I can't speak for him in this regard. I do feel that it's safe to say that Tavo and I care about each other as human beings, and we care about other human beings, despite our fundamental differences on whether morality is objective or subjective, whether or not a God exists, whether or not Christianity is even a viable concept, or whatever worldview. I think at the end of the day that Tavo and I have a lot of common ground in how we feel we should be treating other people and how we feel we should be treating ourselves. I've said it many times that self-respect, respect for others, and respect for the planet, these are the bricks that we use to build the road that leads us to the good life we all want to live. I want to say thank you to everybody in the chat. I see that Dave, by the way, I meant to do a shout out earlier, Captive Desk. Just keep him in your thoughts and prayers if you're a religious person. He's been going through it, and he's a survivor. He's a warrior. So I'm so glad to see Dave back on his feet. Do check out Captive Desk's channel Saturday night at The Atheist. He's such a wonderful human being. I don't think anybody's doing it any better, as far as I'm concerned, than what Dave is doing. And he's just such a great human being, somebody I really feel fortunate to have had a chance to meet. So please check out the Captive Desk channel. Check out Robin's channel. Subscribe to TavoSanAbri's channel, please. All these links are going to be in the description of this video. Thank you for supporting my effort here, because it's a community effort. And thank you for being part of it. Really grateful to everybody. And I don't think I can offer anything else of any value, so I'm just going to close it out there.
Channel 3.30 through repeating, of course. That's better than I've done before. And Deacon Brendan, what do you do? Yeah, can I feel that oh shit, he just ran. Just wait, objective ethics will be on your plate.